Mr. Mayor, it's 5:30 now. Are we ready to begin?
We are ready to begin.
Recording in progress.
Always have to remember to wait for the recording. And welcome and good evening to one and all to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, June 21st. Before we do the roll call, I'd like to announce that our council member, Janice Cater-Thompson, will be participating remotely via teleconference tonight. And this participation is allowed under the Brown Act and was noticed in accordance with the Brown Act. And with that, I'd like to ask our clerk to take roll for the evening.
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater-Thompson? I don't see her. I actually don't see her in our Zoom.
We'll bring her in as she connects in through Zoom.
Oh, wait. I think she might be joining now.
Let's proceed and catch her.
Sure. Apologies. DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And is Janice Cater-Thompson here? No?
Some technical
Just
challenges.
Asked her to unmute. I'll see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Cater-Thompson?
Okay.
Present?
I'm present. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Tonight we have a closed session, and before we get on our closed session for the evening, which is about anticipated litigation, and before I have the attorney read the measure, I'd like to invite any council member needing to recuse to do so.
I'm going to tentatively recuse from this discussion.
Thank you. I'd like to have our attorney read the item for the night, just for to get busy on this item here.
Thanks. Before I do, I just wanted to note that the council is going to be discussing with respect to the anticipated litigation, which actually now is pending litigation, as I'll describe in a moment. It concerns the downtown overlay, which parcels of which are within 500 feet of Councilmember DeCarli's residence, which is why he's been recused from discussions of the council and actions of the discussions regarding the overlay. So what we've noticed on the agenda for tonight, I should also clarify, Councilmember Cater-Thompson is participating remotely in accordance with Brown Act rules. Our agenda is giving notice of her remote participation, and her remote location also has an agenda posted in accordance with the Brown Act. Okay, so the council will confer with legal counsel in closed session tonight, which we identified at the time correctly as anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under paragraphs 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9 of the government code regarding one case. A point's been reached where, in the opinion of the city council and the advice of the city attorney, based on existing facts and circumstances, there's significant exposure to litigation against the city. The facts and circumstances exposing the city to potential litigation are addressed in communications between legal counsel for the Petaluma Historic Advocates and the city attorney, and correspondence sent by legal counsel for Petaluma Historic Advocates to members of the city council and or myself. And the written communications constituting the threat of litigation have been made available to the public, and they still will be for those that are interested. And I just want to add that the validity of anticipating a threat of litigation at the time we posted the agenda has been borne out by the fact that since that time, as of today, we have received service of a petition for writ of mandate filed against the city, and also EKN Petaluma LLC and EKN Development Group LLC on behalf of Petaluma Historic Advocates. And that's case number 25 CV 04556. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you for the tentative recusal, and I'm assuming it is a full recusal. Before we step into the item here, this is clearly on the same issue, that the overlay that we've looked at and the parcels that are close. So if you're in recusal, which then you need to leave the chamber, and we'll take a minute to allow for that.
Mr. Mayor, we can just retire to the council.
We were going to do
session
public
review.
comment first, right?
Yes, afterwards, yes.
Okay. The recusal includes not hearing the public comment period on the specific item. Anything within the item is part of the recusal. So,
Thank you.
okay, we have heard the topic of the closed session for the evening, and let's move to our public comment on the item. The public is invited to make comments on the closed session item only, and the public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. And I'd like to ask the clerk if we've received anything online, email beforehand, and then to go ahead with our message.
We have not received anything online, but if you would like to make a comment this evening, now is the moment to bring your card up. Okay, it looks like we have no comments.
Thank you very much, and that will close public comment on the closed session matter, and we will now adjourn to closed session. The regular session of tonight's meeting should begin at 6:30 or at the conclusion of the closed session, whichever is later. So thank you very much. We are in closed session.
Mr. Mayor, are we ready to resume the meeting?
We are ready to resume. Okay, the recording has started. So, good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, July 21st, 2025. A reminder, if you wish to provide public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card. They're in the back of the room, and bring them to our clerk, who's in the front of the room here. And I will note that our council member, Cater Thompson, will be participating remotely via teleconference, and this was all noticed and directed per the Brown Act regulations. And I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish tonight.
Thank you and good evening. Buenas tardes, me llamo Mónica, estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación María. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés, se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted se está conectando con su computadora, verá el icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Si usted se está conectando con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas y a continuación elija su canal de idiomas. Thank you. We're ready.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask our clerk to take the roll for the evening.
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson? I believe she is online. Cater Thompson?
Present.
Oh, perfect. DeCarly?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Here.
DeCarly present. Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And a moment of silence. And I'd like to add to that moment, we'll be closing tonight because of a fatality in our community, and very sad. I'd like to take just a minute to remember a member of our community who was struck and killed by a car in our downtown this past week. We at the city constantly strive to make our streets safer. And when you drive, I drive, we take responsibility for lives of others in our hands. None of us wants to see this tragedy happen in our town again. So please help make our town safer for all. And please remember this individual and their family in your thoughts tonight. And that leads us into the agenda for the evening. And I'm looking up and down the dais to see if anyone wants to modify the agenda for the evening. And seeing no hands rise, we'll adopt the agenda as written and as you have copies of. I'd like to invite our attorney to let us know if there's any report out of our closed session this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no action to report tonight.
Thank you very much. That moves us to our presentation for the evening. And we have our Deputy Director of Operations, Dan Herrera, to lead us off with tonight's presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, members of the public. I am Dan Herrera, Deputy Director of Operations for the Water Resources and Utilities Department. I have the pleasure of introducing Paul Sallier, Director of Water Resources at Marin Municipal. He will be presenting the updated agreement between Sonoma Water and Marin Municipal. I wanted to bring to your attention that this agreement is going to be voted on by our WAC representative at next month's WAC TAC meeting on August 4th. We also have a consent item for this agreement with staff's recommendation for council support of this agreement. I also want to acknowledge and thank Don Seymour, Deputy Director of Engineering at Sonoma Water, who will be available to answer any questions if needed after the presentation. Paul is via Zoom. Take it away.
Let me just jump in 1 second. We're trying to avoid acronyms, the TLAs and FLAs. So WAC is Water Advisory Committee, and the T is
Technical Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Sorry about that.
Good evening, Mayor McDonald, members of the council, staff, and public. I'm Paul Sellier with Marin Water. I have a brief presentation in support of this item this evening. I will share my screen, and hopefully the technology will function flawlessly. So far, so good. There we go. Thank you for making time this evening. This is a fairly short presentation, as I said, in support of the supply agreement between Sonoma and Marin Water. We'll cover a very brief bit of background and the history of the agreement before getting into just, again, very briefly an overview of what Marin Water has been doing in terms of water supply resiliency before circling back to the agreement process and schedule that we're following. For those of you that don't know, and I can't imagine that you don't, but Marin is just south of Petaluma there, and we serve about, 190,000 people in 10 towns and cities in Marin and some unincorporated areas, Marin County. We have 7 local reservoirs that supply the majority of our water, but a very significant and important 25% of the water comes from the Russian River. In total today, we serve about 23,000 acre-feet of water for potable water uses. In terms of background, there are 2 agreements over the years that have come together as one agreement that serves as the water supply agreement with Sonoma. One is the off-peak and the other is the sale of water agreement. And as I say, over the years, those have been sort of merged. This agreement expired on June 30th of this year, and we have executed an extension through December so that we can take this opportunity to sort of clean up some of the terms. As you can imagine, agreements that have been around since 1975 have collected some terms that are not used and in some cases no longer applicable. Briefly then, the off-peak water supply agreement is referred to as Exhibit A, and it establishes a 4,300 acre-foot per year as a minimum take or pay. Some years later, the second agreement, the water supply agreement, was developed with Sonoma, and that added an additional total volume of 10,000 acre-feet to the existing 4,300, and crucially added 1,000 acre-foot to the minimum take or pay, so that we have a 5,300 acre-foot per year minimum take or pay. In addition to benefiting from the water supply from the Russian River, Marin Water has also been paying our way in the form of 3 lump sum payments that you can see here, stretching back to 1984, with the most recent one in 2005, for a total of about $9.5 million paid to Sonoma Water. In addition, Marin Water pays an 11% premium for each unit of water that we purchase over the highest cost of water. And similar to North Marin, we also contribute to Russian River project and conservation charges. Getting to the changes in the agreement as we see it, these are sort of the key terms. Starting with the term itself, the old agreement being 10 years and the new agreement is proposed is 15 years. We have added in the new agreement a lump sum payment of $12.5 million to support water supply resiliency projects. The total volume of water from the old agreement to the new agreement remains unchanged at 14,300 acre feet per year, as does the minimum take or pay. That's unchanged as well. We did change the maximum delivery limit, or the basis for determining that. In the prior contract, it was limited to an increase of 1,000 acre feet per year. In the current agreement, it's somewhat more practical, and it's based on the availability of water and the availability of transmission capacity. Again, none of which would allow Marin Water to purchase more than 14,300 acre feet of water. But importantly, that maximum delivery limit does help us as we consider a winter water supply project. The cost of water, and there are many of these terms here, and these are just a few, but the cost of water, there's no change proposed in the new agreement between the two agreements. So looking then quickly, while we recognize that Sonoma Water and the Russian River are a very important component of our water supply, this was brought home very in stark relief in October of 2021, when Marin Water was looking at a matter of months before running out of water. This chart shows our reservoir storage levels over the years from 2019 through 2021. And as you can see, in October of 2021, it starts recovering in terms of total storage. This allowed us time to develop a plan to help us deal with our vulnerability to drought, which is ongoing. Unlike many of our sister agencies and the towns and partners and contractors with Sonoma Water, we focused heavily on water efficiency to the point where we feel comfortable reducing our long-term demand by 2,000 acre feet per year and attributing that to water efficiency measures that we've taken. We also undertook a strategic water supply assessment that led to a water supply roadmap, and we've been developing and evaluating the alternatives that we've come up with under that roadmap. I'm not going to go through this entire chart, but basically from left to right, it's sort of a whittling down, but it starts with these broad categories on the left, and some 33 different alternatives were developed, and a short list of 15 were further investigated in some detail, leaving us a final list of alternatives of around 4 that you see over here on the right. As we evaluated those final 4 projects, the project that came to the top was a winter water project that we're calling the Atmospheric River Capture Project, or ARC for short. Originally called the PETA 3 project, and it involves constructing a pipeline essentially from about the North Marin Aqueduct, somewhere near the San Marin exit, all the way out to Nicasio Reservoir. We think the dry year yield for this project would be about 3.8 thousand acre feet or 4,000 acre feet, with the potential future phase to increase that yield. And the basic concept is this is in the wintertime, even in a drought, there are atmospheric rivers that occur that increase the flow in the Russian River beyond what we can all use today to satisfy our normal winter demand. And this proposal is simply, the idea is to capture that flow before it goes out to the ocean and store it in a reservoir. So the project benefits, of course, our reservoirs are existing, so we don't need to build storage capacity. In a drought, those reservoirs would likely be fairly drawn down anyway. It would bring more water, just generally more water into the system. And it does present an opportunity for others to perhaps bank water. So is there enough water? This is just a table that shows 22 years or so of flows at the Hacienda gauge on the Russian River. And these are flows that are above the 125 CFS. that's required at the moment. And you'll notice that the minimum flow in 2021 over those months between October and May, which is our winter essentially, is about 83,000 acre feet of water. And again, we're looking to benefit by about 4,000 acre feet of water. So winter water is available to meet not just this project's demand, but other contractor needs as well. And there are no additional water rights that would be required to utilize this winter water. So the schedule that we've been on, we developed the agreement between Sonoma and Marin around April. We reviewed it with the TAC leadership in May, and then TAC members had the sort of half of May and some June to look at it. The TAC voted on June 2nd to recommend supporting the renewal agreement. And today we're sort of at this penultimate bullet where WAC members are sort of going through, the different members are going through their process to sort out WAC approval with a targeted WAC vote on August 4th. So acronyms notwithstanding, WAC is, of course, as Mayor McDonald pointed out, the Water Advisory Council, and the agreement between Marin and Sonoma is subject to approval by the Water Advisory Council. And of course, each contractor, per the restructured agreement, has a member on the Water Advisory Council. So I'm here, Marin Water is here this evening requesting your support for the approval of the agreement. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Generally, we bring it to council to ask a few questions of the presentation for the evening, and I do note that there's an action item later down the agenda. We also like the public to comment on this. We don't invite the public in as a comment period. General comment follows, and so I'm sure our Marin representative will stay on the Zoom to hear the comments made during general public comment about this item. And so with that, any questions from the council? Councilmember Shribs.
Hey, just asked questions of clarification so for the public. So we have about $12 million coming in as a lump sum now, and a couple of resiliency projects need to be built. I think that is referring to the actual pipeline that needs to be built. Is that where the money's going to go? And then if there's two reservoirs, are these already existing reservoirs with existing dams that we're not rebuilding anything, we're just adding water to existing dams so that we're not actually tearing down or building dams about this, we're just building a pipeline.
Let's let him in and answer.
Could you explain what this, that a little more detail?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Shribs. We are not constructing any new reservoirs. So to make that clear, this is existing reservoirs that we'd be utilizing. And then the $12.5 million is not for the construction of this project, this Marin Water project that I just mentioned. This is to go to Sonoma Water for their decision and determination as to which water supply resiliency projects will most benefit their customers.
Good. So Marin is going to be paying directly for all of the construction of that pipeline.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quint.
Yes, thank you. So it appears from the presentation that demand has dropped, and that's a trend that we've seen here in Sonoma County and in Petaluma. And so I was curious about the 15-year agreement is for the same acre, the same volume that has been in place for the last 10 years. So the question is that volume needed?
At the present time, the Water District has not been able to receive the full volume due to different piping limitations. And so we haven't really had the benefit of being able to utilize that water. But yes, I would say the district uses that number in calculating its water supply resiliency in terms of how much water it has available.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember DeCarli.
Hi, Paul. How are you doing? So I wanted to ask you, is Marin Water concerned with the pending loss of the Cape Horn and Scott dams?
That's a good question, Councilmember DeCarli. I don't know if Don Seymour, if it'd be an appropriate time to invite Mayor McDonald, with your permission, or is that more appropriate for public comment?
No, if Mr. Seymour would like to respond, that would be fabulous at this time.
Good evening, Mayor McDonald, members of the council. Don Seymour, Deputy Director of Engineering at Sonoma Water. I really don't see the two as being related. The primary impact of changes to the Potter Valley project has its most impact to Lake Mendocino. For Sonoma Water, Lake Mendocino is really used to meet minimum stream flow requirements on the upper Russian River and down in the lower Russian River. That's our biggest concern, is being able to meet our water rights obligations so that we can operate the system holistically and continue moving water out of Lake Sonoma, which is the primary water source for the contractors, and Marin Water. Actually, Marin Water takes a lot of their water during the winter, as Paul was indicating, unimpaired natural flows. So they aren't really directly related.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess the question was more for Marin Water than Sonoma Water, because being a customer and being so beholden to the supply, you know, they may or may not have concerns. And, you know, Paul, as you mentioned, you guys are working on your own water roadmap to stay sufficient and to make sure that you have water for your customers. So that's why, you know, I didn't know if Marin Water had any specific comment to that.
Councilmember DeCarli, I would defer to the agency. Of course, we're concerned about all water supply projects. The more water, the merrier, in sort of simple terms. But as Don explained, in this particular instance, I've seen Sonoma Water's plans for, you know, how they intend to address future water supply under different circumstances and outcomes with respect to the Potter Valley. And as Don suggested, it does not drastically affect the potable water supply for us on the Petaluma Aqueduct.
Okay.
I would just also add that you know, Sonoma Water has been working actively with a number of partners, both on the Eel River side, NGOs, Trout Unlimited, Cow Trout, Humboldt County, the Round Valley Indian Tribes, Mendocino County Inland Water Power Commission, on actively trying to find a solution. We formed ERPA, the Eel Russian Project Authority, which is contemplating building the new Eel Russian Project to continue a transfer with the removal of those dams, you know, a simultaneous construction of a new pumping facility as those dams are being torn down. Today, the ERPA board, the Eel Russian Project Authority, in their board meeting today, approved the water diversion agreement, which is a first step towards the construction of that project. So, you know, we're taking the changes at Potter Valley very seriously, and I believe David Manning, one of my coworkers, and David Rabbit presented on that 2 weeks ago. So,
no, and I do appreciate Sonoma Water doing everything in their power to make sure that we have water, you know, based on the situation. And I have one more question for you, Paul. So my understanding is that Marin Water just went through an extensive study and decided to take Sulahule off the table completely, but I saw that you had it listed on your presentation, so I'm wondering why that is.
Yeah, I think the Councilmember DeCarli, thanks for the question. I believe the board action and directive at the meeting where the preferred alternative was selected was to move forward with the preferred alternative, which is what we're doing. Sulahule Reservoir is not on our active sort of planning list at the moment, but I don't think it's been sort of permanently, as in forever in the next 100 years, shut down, if that makes sense. It's not something we're actively looking at the moment.
Okay, but if it's not, I'm curious why it was on the presentation and why Nicasio wasn't on there. I don't know if that was a typo, because I believe Marin Water intends to raise it 4 feet, correct?
We're looking at raising Nicasio 4 feet, and they're in the process of collecting the sort of data and information to inform that. As you know, in planning studies, you start off with a sort of a high-level cost estimate, and as you dig deeper, you can find additional costs, and that's not unusual with these projects. I'm sure you're familiar with that, sitting on the council. A lot of projects, especially larger projects, more complex projects, do run into cost increases over time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's off the table, but it's still in the presentation?
I think the presentation looked at all of the alternatives. So we started with the roadmap where there were sort of large buckets. I think if that's the slide you're referring to, with all the alternatives on it. And it ended up as a set of short list of 4 alternatives with the PETA 3, Sulahuli, and Kent, of course, and then the 10 MGD desalination plant. Is that the slide you were referring to? So yes, it was one of the shortlisted alternatives, but it's not the one that we're pursuing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dave. There's obviously a lot of interest in Nicasio, what you're up to next, with signage there and whatnot. I had a little bit of an observation. I appreciate so much what Marin has done for their conservation effort and water supply picture. Having been a recycled water leader since the 80s and being able to make that as an indoor water option, taking tap water away from toilets to all the things you guys have done. And if I remember correctly, you've had peak days. I remember seeing peak day data that was like 55 million gallons a day on a single summer day. And now I think you're still only in the 30s now for a very long time. So that's tremendous conservation. And I appreciate all that before coming back up here to the Russian River and pursuing it. So I guess my question is, when is the payment due? That'd be just one first question.
The $12.5 million, I think it's within 30 days or something like that of sort of executing the agreement.
Prior to the project construction?
Yeah. Oh, this is so the $12.5 million, as I say, is part of the renewal agreement. It goes to Sonoma regardless of the whether Marin builds the winter water project or not.
That's great clarification. And then you mentioned that you hit 25,000 acre feet in storage as a critical number. Was that the lowest ever?
Yeah. Well, if you recall, in 1983, we did some work on Kent Dam and raised it. So in 1975, technically the lower level, it was a lower total volume of water, but percentage-wise, this was right there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Now.
Thank you. To further what the mayor was asking about the payment, can you explain to the audience and to the public and the council how that $12.5 million is getting paid? Water, it increased in the month of July for the city, for the residents, the customers. So where is that $12.5 million coming from?
Marin Water. So thank you, Councilmember Now. Marin Water will be paying the $12.5 million. I assume it will be some sort of wire transfer, unless Don wants it in pennies. But it will be entirely at Sonoma Water's discretion in terms of how those funds are allocated to water supply resiliency projects. That's our governing goal and interest in all of this is water supply.
Maybe I should rephrase. Is the money coming from the water customers, or is it coming from federal money? Is it coming from city funds, county funds? I just wanted the public to understand where their costs are going.
Yeah, thanks. The money is coming directly from Marin Water. It's not a grant from the federal government or anything like that. It's a direct payment from Marin Municipal Water District to Sonoma County Water Agency.
From the customers?
It's from Marin Water revenues, whatever our reserve funds are. I'm not sure where finance are going to pull it from, but it's from our bank account that, we are a fairly simple operation in that compared to a city, we're like a lemonade stand. We sell water. We don't have sewer or any of the other sort of arms of business that cities might have.
So the previous water customers, it's the money generated from their bills that they paid.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that clear. And then my other, the public has verbalized concerns about not enough water for new housing developments and other developments in the city. And can you kind of give us an idea of what kind of water supply there is? I know we've reduced our amount, but as we build more housing in these developments.
And maybe this is a question for Sonoma Water, is does this agreement impact Petaluma's ability to receive water?
Correct.
If Don is still there. I think
Yes, he's slowly coming up to the podium there.
No, I was running up.
Sorry about that.
So one thing I'm not sure if Paul mentioned, I think, no, he did. Marin Water is they receive water through surplus capacity of the transmission system. So if the contract, they would be curtailed if the contractors are not receiving their reasonable requirement. So they only receive water through surplus capacity of the system. So they do not impact the city of Petaluma or Cotati or anybody else on the Petaluma Aqueduct. I'd also point out, as you kind of mentioned, water sales are way down. So in 2003 was our Sonoma Water's peak water sale of 67,000 acre feet. Our water sales today are about 43,000 acre feet. So we're all trying to deal with this new paradigm of, generating revenues from your water sales when water sales are being suppressed, but you still have all these costs that aren't affected by how much water you sell. And I'm sure the city of Petaluma is going through some of the same growing pains on revenues on much lower water sales. Was that helpful?
That's very helpful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater Thompson, any questions? I think we need.
No, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
No, my questions have been asked. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation as well.
Yeah, thank you very much to Mr. Sellier and Sonoma, Mr. Seymour. And that closes the presentation. And thank you very much, Dan Herrera, for leading us into this. And that'll move us over to our general public comment for the evening. And during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the city's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, additional comments will be heard after the last business item of the agenda. So I'd like to ask the city clerk if we've received general public comment via email and then carry with our invitation.
We did receive 29 general public comments, which are posted online. We also have a few cards, but I'm going to start a 30-second clock right now. So during these 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
We have 10 general public comment cards tonight, and so I would like to set the clock at 2 minutes per comment. And our first speaker is Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Dan D'Angelo.
Yes, my name is Captain Borowski. I live at the Little Woods Villa Mobile Home Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway. For years and years, Harmony's been terrorizing the residents there. They've been doing rent gouging. They're slumlords. They've been stealing mobile home parks, mobile homes from residents. We're not going to give our mobile homes to these. They come in here to these mobile home parks and steal residents' mobile homes just because because Harmony has money. They think they could do this. We're not going to put up with it. We're going to keep our mobile homes. We're not going to give our mobile homes to Harmony or anybody else. This is our home, not Harmony or their partners. And also, too, since I lived in this mobile park, and since this so-called on-site park manager has been there, the on-site park manager, there's residents, several residents have died in there already, because she's been having her friends be parking illegally on the fire lanes, blocking the fire lanes, and even park on the fire lanes on Perry Lane. Emergency vehicles cannot get through, in or out, to save those residents' lives. And also this morning, I called one of her friends parked illegally on the fire lanes at the entrance and trying to hide his license plate. That's against the law. And I also want one question for you. When are you going to put Little Woods Villa Mobile Home Park on the agenda? This is an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan D'Angelo, to be followed by Christine White.
Hi, I'm Dan D'Angelo. I'm a retired teacher. Quickly, before I begin, I just want to give a quick shout out and a return of favor to an old colleague of mine. For almost 3 decades, John and I taught school at Casa Grande High School. I know John as a very energetic person. He meant a lot to Casa Grande High School. He was always there. He's like the old-fashioned teacher that spent time above and beyond what was expected. So I'm going to say you got folks are very lucky to have a person with such energy and integrity on your committee. At any rate, I came to talk about Cherry Valley Park. If you look at Petaluma's Parks and Recreation site, it shows Cherry Valley Park as having a very small park with 1 picnic table. Not exactly true. We actually have 2 double-sized picnic tables, which is like 4 of the picnic tables you see out here. We have a barbecue, 3 very large shade trees. This park is used constantly. Thankfully, we have the big picnic tables because sometimes there are big parties there. The folks next door to us, they're an immigrant family, big family. They have a barbecue there. It's the only park in our area. We've had several parties for the community there. The last one was for a neighbor who just turned 90, and it was flown by another neighbor. There's constant use with the park. Sometimes you'll see I think they're bluebirds, the young girls that are going to be Girl Scouts one day. They're down there playing all the little different games. There are folks who come in there constantly to use the park. One of my favorite things to see is in the evening, you'll see people there throwing a ball, playing with their dogs. I envision them.
I'm sorry, your time?
I am so sorry. That went so quickly.
And I think if people have more they need to say, wish to say, if it's written, you can provide it to the clerk, and it'll be distributed, and it'll be put as part of the record, so we all hear it. And also, if you have an email ahead of time, we hear that
too.
My
email.
Thank you
for your time.
So, Christina White, to be followed by Judy Kermy.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Thank you for the presentation. This question is actually for Marin Municipal Water District, so I don't know who's answering this. I know there are several large housing developments that are starting in Marin. One is in Corte Madera or proposed, and one is also Northgate Mall in Terra Linda. And I just wondered, what do you anticipate that impact for water, because it is, council member now asked about Petaluma, but those are large housing projects that are proposed or in the works. And I wondered, what do you anticipate that impact to be? And thank you for working on your conservation. I lived in Marin County anyway, and I used to hike those lakes all the time. So I do know what you're doing. I do like that you're able to keep more water. But do you think there will be enough with all those housing projects, because you haven't anticipated there to be more need?
And during public comment, we do not have a back and forth. It is a comment
Oh,
period.
he can't answer me.
He can't.
Until
and so,
maybe you ask the question. Okay.
And so what I'll suggest is that I'll ask him to email us with that, and then we'll post that as an attachment to the presentation on this agenda.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Judy Kermey, to be followed by Ned Scott.
Hello. Don't start the clock yet. Let me get set, because the clock is going fast. All right. Hi there. I am also here to talk about the Cherry Valley School project. In case you don't know, there is a huge project being planned that we've found out about just recently to build classrooms on the rim of Cherry Valley Park, and sources say take over the community park there. That community park is the only park in that entire neighborhood on that side of town. And I'd like for you guys to go look at the map at some point and look at that so that you can see what we're, losing. But in any case, the school principal has claimed that the neighborhood is overwhelmingly in favor of this project when she's one of the neighbors talked to her. We don't know anything about it. We're kind of getting blindsided here in terms of we're all really overwhelmingly in favor of it, but we don't even know about it. We're finding out about it, though. I want to know where the documentation is, and I can submit this to you to support that claim that the neighborhood is in support of this project, because if that was something that was said in order to push this project through, I'd like to see that. Environmental impact studies, have they been done? They're huge, old 50-year-old trees there that all kinds of birds and everything nest in. They're planning on cutting them down, is what we're told. Is there an EIR? A traffic study. The traffic is a nightmare. It's a safety issue getting out of our streets. We're blocked by people picking up their kids. They're double parking on my street. They're parking in front of my driveway now. And when the school population increases, it's going to be even harder for any rescue vehicles or even me to get out to go to wherever I'm going out of my street. Where are the traffic study reports? Has one been done? And I'd like to know where I can find that. Contacted the Parks and Rec Department. Laura Nunes nicely emailed me back. She says the city's been working closely with the school to confirm the property boundaries, and I want to know why all of a sudden the park now belongs to Cherry Valley School.
And
okay,
you have more.
I got more.
An email would be a great way to communicate, and we would get back to you with responses on that.
Will you get back to me with responses?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ned Scott, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council members. 2 minutes. Wow, this is a treat tonight. I won't be 2 minutes. I just wish to give thanks to all of you, with special thanks to our City Attorney, Mr. Danley, and City Council Thompson for their extra efforts earlier this month. But I thank you all for all your efforts in helping us to combat the injustices that have been happening with our mobile home parks. And I apologize, I live at Capri Mobile Villa. So I thank you for all your efforts against these bad actors that have come into town that are doing bad business. But I don't believe that you all get praise enough or thanks enough. So I personally thank you all for all your efforts. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Judy Johnson.
Good evening. I think that we can all agree that Petaluma has an e-bike problem, and we're not alone. With so many more e-bike riders, it's a bit of free-for-all on our roads and paths. Most of them are kids, and it's fun, so I get it. But education of riders and the parents of young riders is not enough to rein in unsafe riding. Two things that we can do that would help the situation. First, we could ask our police department to ticket riders who are breaking the law. Mostly youthful riders blow through stop signs, pop wheelies, zip down sidewalks, don't wear helmets, and ride faster than is prudent. I have seen in other cities the deterrent impact of writing tickets with accompanying fines, and it is significant. The second thing we can do is to ban e-bikes, scooters, skateboards, etc. from riding on sidewalks. If we truly want to make walking easy and accessible to all, we need to make sure that sidewalk users are not threatened by fast-moving e-bikes. It's allowable under state law, and many cities have enacted local ordinances prohibiting their use on sidewalks. We need to keep up with best practices surrounding local e-bike use to keep those users as well as everyone else safe. And I will say also that the state has control over an umbrella policies for e-bikes, but cities and counties have a lot of leeway in terms of what they can create ordinance-wise locally. I know in Marin, they're looking at age restrictions because I don't know if everybody's aware, but class 1 and 3 bikes, which are supposedly pedal assist, which you don't really have to pedal much, have 0 age restrictions. So when you see an 8-year-old on an e-bike and you think, how can that be? State-wise, that is legal, but that's something that we can consider also in terms of Petaluma regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Janice Barker.
Mayor, City Council, City staff, we as Mobile Park residents in Youngstown, Capri, and Littlewoods are faced with the very real residual effects of this prolonged retaliation, intimidation, and intentional coercion. At Youngstown, even now, young people are shown the park-owned rentals and for-sale mobile homes at 12 Michael and 4 Bell, and the management has been emboldened by the lawsuit against them by Fannie Mae in placing all-age rules and regulations right in the clubhouse for all to perceive to be true. In addition, as our appeal decision came down, our seniors were happy to see the legal fees vacated from Park Owners Award, but disheartened that the very core of the $118 increase and the merit was not addressed when the motion in limine granted park owners cover at the arbitration to the very profits within the park itself, which the judge determined that since the park owners say Amber Homes isn't profiting on vacancy losses and is a separate business, then so be it. We have had to protect in every way the process of a son trying to sell his mother's mobile home in Youngstown at 26 Pamela, while his mother lives out her life in full-time nursing care, while management interfered and demanded a Title 25 inspection on a sale that's sold as is. As of today, with a park-approved buyer and management setting up an appointment for them to sign, the manager did not cancel, but had them come in and told the buyers that they would not be doing their paperwork until Title 25 was done at this allocated appointment. If we had not been made privy to this, it would have been just another resident duped into either unneeded costly repairs or coerced into selling to the park. Now we must help them intercede with the interference of sale. Littlewoods have management videotaping their entire mobile homes, not in an annual inspection, but no doubt looking for any kind of violation to use against these residents. This is in addition to 2 appeals, a 3rd arbitration, parking removed, all hanging over their head.
Thank you. Janice Barker, to be followed by Jennifer Boyle.
Good evening. Mental health and stress are at an all-time high. The intent here is to drive these beautiful families out, intimidate residents into selling their mobile home to the park so that they can take a $600 ground rent and raise it to close to $2,000. The intent is also to bleed the residents dry in legal fees so that they cannot fight against the bully here. These are large investment groups. Capri has 2 trucks coming in nightly, just circling, waiting to catch any resident just want 2 tow trucks. just 1 inch over the red line that has been ascertained to be against the very fire marshal's direction. In addition, they have a second arbitration fast approaching, overcharges still not remedied, and a life that seems entirely out of the residents' hands. The alternative is submission and giving up the long-fought protections for all mobile home residents. We can do right now, all we can do right now is collect factual information and surround our residents with support, care, and empathy, and continue to seek legislation statewide that trickles down to the city level. All this at a great cost to our residents' mental health. We hear often of this paralyzing our residents from even participating in life. Depression, physical health, and so much more are evident in all of us. We must take a moment to address why we are taking a stand against a recall of our City Council member, Janice Cater Thompson. This is and never has been about just one person on our City Council. We would take the stand for all City Council members in support, as a recall is simply as suggested is not the right path forward.
Thank you. Jennifer Boyle, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Good evening. We would never support overturning the electorate that voted any of our City Council members into office unless there were egregious ethical complaints found credible, misuse of funds, or violations of fiduciary duties. None of these criteria exist. Recently, we posted a comment about this on Nextdoor, which has been viewed as of today 5,600 times. Most notable is that we are for civility and have always been for civility. If we choose to recall any city official based on personality, a vote against our wishes, or words used that rubbed us the wrong way, we would have to recall all. It's that simple. There is an election next year, and in our democracy, as fragile as it is right now, our voice is heard when we cast our vote on that election day. We have gone out in the neighborhoods as District 1 residents and collected signatures against this attempted recall, and notably for to seek civility. We will put these signatures on public records so that our community sees our transparency. We have hundreds now, but will continue reaching out to all our fellow District 1 residents. We want to reiterate that we would support any City Council members that offer us the opportunity to advocate, educate, and protect our seniors and vulnerable families. As always, we thank you for your due diligence.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Tim Porteous, and Tim is the last card I have for public comment tonight. General public comment?
Yeah, just the last part here.
As always, we thank you for your due diligence in hearing what is happening to all of us. Petaluma Mobile Residents United are here looking for you and trying to help you when we can. Still and again, I have said, each one of us needs each one of us. Undeniable. I appreciate my counsel. Not everybody's mine, but as far as I'm concerned, you guys are all my counsel. I appreciate every one of you, and I'm very glad that you're here. Thank you. Further, as a resident there at the park, we really do have a depression problem, and it really is caused from what we're going through, and knowing that this fellow is literally torturing us. It's hard to really give you the feel of it, but I'm trying. It's really something that maybe some people think that we're grandstanding or focused only on one thing in the world. Well, we're not. We're focused on all of us. We want all of Petaluma to go. We want all of the old people to go and live normally. And this is part of the problem. We almost can't. So now we're warring just to live our days. We're not asking for many years, probably want them. A lot of us aren't going to get them, and we have lost several people from our park, and it's stress. We get it, all of us. We take whatever we have to medically. I'm still under that same diagnosis I was. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And that closes general public comment for the evening. And I do want to thank our water agency friends, our experts, for joining us tonight and staying through the general public comment. We appreciate that. And now that moves us to council comments for the evening. And I'd like to start our council comments off here on the left with Councilmember Shribs.
Just one quick report from the North Bay Watershed Association, actually two parts of that. We had a report from a fisheries person who works out in the Central Valley, and we're losing the battle against the invasive fish that have been brought in for sport fishing. And so it's basically we're in the last go-around maybe trying to save some of our native species out there. So we have to look at new ways of looking at our ecology of our river systems entirely within our Central Valley, and of course the Bay included in that, which is part of that. The second part of it is that the North Bay Watershed Association is looking at ways they can help to organize the North Bay in doing a sea level rise plan that's being required from a regional basis. Several counties need to get together to come up with a regional plan, working together as a team. And this would be a good group maybe to help organize that over the several counties. Anyway, but that's just one thing that it's a 10-year plan. Anyway, that's being offered as a possibility to consider. Okay, that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. The city of Petaluma, and specifically the Petaluma American Little League, has the honor of hosting a state-level Little League tournament that's happening right now. The 7 best Little League teams out of over 250 teams across Northern California are battling for an opportunity to play in the Western Regionals, which the winner will go to the Little League World Series. I spent the weekend at the Petaluma American Little League Park volunteering. There's great baseball that's happening. I think the championship game is going to play out on Thursday night, and I would encourage the community to go and participate. Spend your money at the Snack Shack. It all goes to help raise funds for our Little League. We had on the Transit Advisory Committee this past week, we received a presentation on the Marin-Sonoma Coordinated Transit Service. The presentation, it's also known as Mascots, is a coordinated study across different transit authorities along the 101 corridor. It's meant to identify opportunities to improve efficiencies across multiple agencies. There was a public hearing and voted to recommend that the city adopt a resolution authorizing staff to submit the priority projects, which I believe we have that coming up. And then I attended the Art and Garden Festival over the last weekend with my family. I just want to congratulate the Petaluma Downtown Association for a great event and appreciate all the work that went into coordinating that. I thought it was a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli.
No report out this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yes, I actually have quite a bit, so thank you for ceding some extra time for me. First, Bands on the Basin was awesome. I appreciate the city's support of that. I actually really liked it, having it over on the other side of the river. I thought it was a nice place that really felt like it was open and not such an exclusive event, and there was a lot of people out there. So my big updates are from Sonoma Clean Power, and the big one is from the California Public Utilities Commission concerning what's known as the Power Charge Indifference Adjustment Calculation, or PCIA, as I'll say. And this is something that when Councilmember King was on, that was always a big issue. The CPUC is regularly changing the rules and therefore changing the sort of market that we operate in. And they just adopted a decision that's going to be pretty concerning. It basically it forces us to loan PG&E interest-free capital by shifting funds from prior years, and what's basically the PCI is about the long-term contracts that PG&E had that were in contract before we were with Sonoma Clean Power, and we're responsible to continue to pay those, help PG&E pay those off. And while they're thinking that they're doing something good, what's the effect of this is going to be that there's a lot more volatility in our energy prices, not just for PG&E, but also for Sonoma Clean Power customers. We have, for the last 11 years, been lower than PG&E in 9 of the 11 years. And we think that we will continue to be lower than PG&E, but we're going to have to drain pretty much our entire $120 million rate reserve over the next 2 years, and then hope that the CPUC doesn't change the PCIA again, which has been sort of the case, and that there's quite a bit of regulatory capture that PG&E has. And so we're looking at other avenues of what we can do, but it's really not a good thing for any ratepayer, especially for CCA customers. Also, from the Sonoma Clean Power front, we continue to explore expansion up into the Clear Lake area. I was up in Lakeport this week, or last week, presenting to the Lakeport City Council. I will say they have lovely, lovely community, and there's quite a bit of interest. So that's all from me, I think, right now.
Thank you very much. We have our Councilmember Janice Cater-Thompson.
I'm sorry, one more thing that just popped up.
All right.
So there's a lot of door-to-door scams going on right now around Sonoma County. People either proposing that they are affiliated with PG&E or affiliated with Sonoma Clean Power. I had someone coming to my house recently too. Sonoma Clean Power doesn't do any door-to-door marketing. PG&E doesn't do any door-to-door marketing really to speak of. Please do not let these people into your house. Tell people that you know not to let these people into their house. Do not sign anything. And if you do have someone, you can reach out to me and I'll give you the link of where you can report it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater-Thompson.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank Councilmember Brian Barnacle for bringing up about PG&E. I was reading about that today, and it is very concerning. But I just want to make a comment on Judy Kirby, and maybe city staff can get together with her to understand the process between the cities and the schools, and also to assure her that the park is not going to be changing. That is my understanding, so that I would really appreciate that. And then the other thing, Chantel Rogers, we're all concerned about the e-bikes in class 1, 2, and 3, and there is state legislation coming down, but it's not something that we don't talk about talk about the safety of the e-bikes. But I appreciate the comments. And that's it. I'm here at the Eel River, and it's beautiful. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the weather report, too. And Vice Mayor now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a liaison meeting comment tonight, but I want to take the opportunity to thank the Downtown Association and all the volunteers. It took hundreds of people to make the Art and Garden event so wonderful. And then I wanted to remind everyone to stop by the Petaluma Museum and see the new I Do exhibit, which features wedding attire of Petaluma throughout the centuries, including my own 1982 wedding dress, headpiece, and the bouquet, because they were done with silk. And also join the museum and renew your museum membership and get updates on upcoming events. I also want to remind everyone the Great Summer Sidewalk Sale begins July 31st through August 3rd. Downtown, shop local, support our local merchants, and it's a great time to start your Christmas and holiday shopping. I just forwarded staff the concern I had about the Cherry Valley Park from the neighborhood, And it came right when 4th of July and the fair was ending, so maybe the whole council can be CC'd. But as Kyler Thompson was saying, we're not going to be changing the park, so let the public know that. And as a prior Cherry Valley teacher, I know lots of concerned parents and neighbors of that neighborhood. Also, the Public Safety Committee has been talking about the e-bikes, and it's talked about how it's a problem, and there is legislation coming down from our Assembly member, Damon Conley. So there'll be some things, and thank you to the Police Department for getting the public service announcements out about making those e-bike safety. The parents need to really talk to their kids as they buy these e-bikes, and there might be some warnings issued from the police department to the drivers of these e-bikes, because they're all ages, and it is summertime and we're seeing even more. So thank you. I look forward to staff's comment about Cherry Valley.
Thank you very much. And I had the privilege of going to the Rivertown Revival and helping out with the event there. Doing some weddings. That's always fun to be the officiant at a revival tent wedding. And but what's fun about each of these events, the Art and Garden that we all were at, or the Little League event, is people all say Petaluma has so much going on. It's a really, really good town. Sometimes we forget how good it is, but it's important to every once in a while remember, hey, there's still a lot of good going on right here, and it's the teamwork, city staff, volunteers, community groups that make it happen. I did want to note back to Sonoma Clean Power that they provided a grant for our Stellina Pronto Bakery for e-bikes here in town for commuting for employees. So that's pretty impressive to have in town. And I seem to be going to one of the county homelessness coordination group meetings on a weekly basis. And you think it's a little consuming, and you think, well, how much has our community put in effort? How much of our money have we put into solving this? The point in time count will show that our homelessness population is down 23% this year. So year over year, and hopefully it stays at that kind of number and the economy doesn't change and bad things happen. But that's just a dramatic year over year showing the good that the city is doing in this field. And that pretty much covers my report for the evening. I'm going to turn to our city manager for her report.
Thank you, Mayor, council, community, and staff. Wanted to give everybody a skate park update. Our skate park is going out to bid this fall, and a construction contract is slated to come back to council in December of this year, with a construction to begin next spring. And we also have a Rainier open house Tuesday, July 29th from 5:30 to 6:30. Staff will hold a neighborhood meeting on site at the corner of Rainier and Maria from 5:30 to 6:30 to share information about the proposed Rainier Avenue upgrades, upcoming utility work, and project design. This Saturday is our 18th annual Petaluma Music Festival that raises money for music programming in our schools, and we're proud to have them at the fairgrounds again this year. And to save the date, August 5th for our National Night Out from 4 to 7, also on the Petaluma Fairgrounds. And I would ask that Brian O., if you wouldn't mind coming up and talking about Cherry Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Flynn. Brian O., Director of Community Development. So we are doing our due diligence on Cherry Valley Park, working closely with the school district. And so we hope to get you, my intention is to get a response back to council before the end of the week. We have a meeting set up for Wednesday. Some of the preliminary documents, the deed, point to ownership with the school district itself. And so, again, we're just checking our files, making sure that there isn't some sort of MOU or some other documentation, so that we can clearly distinguish between what's city property versus school district property. This is a little bit of an unusual one where typically the parks are city facilities, but at least on the surface, county assessor data, even check the where the water bill was going, and that's going to PCS for the site itself, and the title seem to suggest that it is land owned by PCS, but we're going to do our due diligence and confirm with the council and the community. And then I think more importantly, lend and offer our support and assistance as the school talks through, or the school district talks through, any potential expansion that they have planned for Cherry Valley School.
And thank you very much. I think the whole council would appreciate that. And if I could ask specifically that the report include some sort of a status level, is it a planning level that they're out, or at the building tomorrow? You know, also if you could indicate what traffic ramifications the city has a role in, or building review that the city has a role in the report, that would be awesome help for the council.
We can do that.
Thank you very much. And that concludes. And so we're moving to our consent calendar for the evening. And we have 11 items on the consent calendar. And I will note that I believe that Councilmember Shribs will want to be recusing on, which one is that? That's item 3, I think.
Yes, on item 3, because I'm highly involved with the Schollenberger Outdoor Classroom. I was helped with the original grant for my nonprofit, so I think I better recuse just out of, just be appropriate to do that.
Your work is commended, and I believe that Vice Mayor Now.
Yes, I need to recuse from item 9 due to my residence is within 500 feet of the safe routes to school area.
You know, and I'd just like to check with our city attorney. The council members will be allowed to stay at dais through, because this is consent calendar?
That's correct. The Brown Act permits council members that are recused to remain at the dais. On consent calendar items, we just need to conduct separate votes so they can refrain from voting on items where they have a conflict. Thank you.
So when we get to the voting element, there'll be 3 different council items to vote on, 3 different votes to be held. But first, does anyone on the council wish to pull any item from the list?
No, but I do have some questions when we get to that.
And I'm sorry, I got to look left and right. And so we'll be taking the whole of the consent calendar in public comment, all as one period for public comment. And let's bring it to council for questions on anything on the consent calendar. And Councilmember DeCarli.
So my first question is for item 6. I don't know if any staff want to answer that. But, I mean, at this point, it doesn't seem like there's maybe any other alternative to the funding for it right now. But, you know, I forget what it costs residents, I think nearly $1,000 a year, this special tax. And, you know, those are new residents and those are new homes where we're trying to make things more affordable for families to live here across the board. So to me, an extra $1,000 seems like a lot of money for new residents. Has staff explored any alternatives to just simply taxing people to try and you know have these nice things like these different landscapes and upgrades around their areas?
So Kent Carruthers, Department of Public Works. Thanks for the question. So the Community Facility District was set up as part of the approval of the overall tentative map to fund the maintenance requirements of the subdivision, and went through the approvals of with the final map, and then actually setting up the Community Facilities District and having engineers' reports of what everything was going to be paid for and how it was all going to be split up and the phasing as everything came in. So each year we look at it as with the expenditures and then break it up between the residential sections and the commercial sections, and then the townhomes, which are coming online. So it varies. So basically we have a set amount that needs to be funded to for the active park, for the river park, all the trails and all the landscaping and the frontage improvements all go in, and then the money gets figured out, and then it gets broken down per the original engineer's report of each parcel of how it's based. So we're having a consultant look at it each year to make sure we're not charging more than we're actually going to spend.
Mm-hmm. So, do you see those numbers being stable in the future, or are they going to potentially skyrocket? Or
but it depends on the maintenance needs. Right now, a lot of the money is going into sinking funds to pay for future trail maintenance and road reconditions that goes into repaving the parking lot. So there's a lot more than like a landscape assessment district. The community facilities district pays for a lot more maintenance that the city decided not to take on at that time, to repave parking lots and to maintain the soccer field and things like that. So it will adjust significantly when the townhome development, which is coming online within a year, all that money will go in. So I would say it's in last year it did go down a little bit. So we're looking at those numbers sharply.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question about item 9. Is that you too, Kent?
No.
Okay.
You go ahead.
So, let's see. So, with the river parks, is it the case that the city is going to be granting special designation, and the nonprofits will then seek that funding, or will the city be seeking it themselves, or when the city does eventually take over, I think it's after 5 years that the river park falls into the city's hands?
Great question. So we would be eligible, as would nonprofits. And so what this essentially does is it pre-vets us. So we would then become competitive for roughly an $8 million pot that we're expecting later this year. And so we would, of course, work in close coordination with the foundation to make sure that we put forth potentially a competitive project. But again, we haven't gotten to that level of detail on who ends up becoming the sort of lead author of the application.
Are there any limits to nominations we can make to this, or were there any other properties in consideration or projects?
So there wasn't a formal process. This was a request that the foundation had put forward. I mean, we as a city hadn't had any eligible location. And so based on what was provided to us at the time of when the application was due, these were the two most prominent projects that felt like, they were opportune, they were sort of ripe for, there was a strong partnership, the ownership was much more delineated, and so that's why you see the 2 or the 3 projects being recommended by staff.
And then I have questions on item 10. You want those, Brian?
I think you should just ask the question and find out who jumps up.
So, that one's about the Corona Station Development Plan and funding for that. Is that being done in line with the general plan as we develop that? Or how come it's separate in this case?
That's a great question. So I can take that, and then if there's any follow-up, we have our project lead here, Tom Ford, here to my right. Similar to the question you posed about the downtown specific plan, this is an implementation of the general plan, and so very much in lockstep. What is different for this, there's 2 components. So the first one, we have our second station, and so this is an opportunity for us to essentially build a transit-oriented community around this regional asset. And so what policies do we need to look at, adopt as part of, I think it's a 25-year-old specific plan that's sitting there on the books, the Eli Corona specific plan. And so it is severely outdated. And so we do need our plans, our specific plans. You can think of them as mini general plans, much more focused on a location. We need to align it with the direction that the general plan is going. And then the second item is the voters approved to extend our urban growth boundary, and so we essentially for the next 25 years will have our city limits intact. One of the places where the city and the community through that measure found value was to potentially annex county land around the train station essentially. And so this is also an opportunity for us to actually take a really mindful and intensive look at how to thoughtfully incorporate and annex essentially just the within walking distance of the train station. And so to me, like those are the two primary components, and which is sort of why we did a light touch on the general plan. We didn't talk so much in detail around the second station because, well, at that point we already had this funding in hand. The council had, the prior council had approved us to move forward to accept the funds, and so we're now finished with the procurement. We've gone through intensive, we had 5 consultant firms bid, and we think Perkins and Will has the most compelling way to bring us into the future, both near term and long term around the station.
Mm-hmm. Being that the goal is a transit-oriented community there, is there any effort to try to retain those people as part of Petaluma's workforce so that area doesn't just become a commuter spot?
Great question. So transit-oriented community, I think one nuance that I really appreciate the region recognizing is it's not just about housing, but it's balancing the jobs, balancing the local economy. So not only is it an opportunity for us to look at housing, but also, to your point, retaining local economy. And so that's something that will also be front and center as part of this planning effort.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on item 9 questions. So I asked in if the trestle could have been part of the conservation area, or and the reply was it's not far enough along really to make a good applicant. Had it been far enough along, would it have fit the criteria here? And because this is serious funding we're chasing, and so I don't want to let any stone go unturned.
Yep. Great question, Mayor. I couldn't say for certain without really doing the due diligence and looking at, okay, here's the parcel or the location, what could it potentially be eligible for? I think there's anywhere between 5 and 6 different criterias that are new, and so these are new grant opportunities that we haven't had the opportunity to go after. And so at this point, I think it was in the Q&A, while the application for this year is closed, I think this is good thought for, as the design gets further along, looking at that as a potential project, because we're going to hit the ground running. I think that was the direction from council was, let's get sort of to this next phase, this next step on the trestle, and then let's look at different funding opportunities to make it happen.
And I'm also a big fan of the North River proposals by Friends of the River, and given the issues in that corridor, this seems like it aligns really, really well. So I'm supposing the answer is there'll be another application next year, and we'll see if we're more qualified next year.
So I can't say for certain that. So there was a grant pot in 24, a grant pot here in 25. We can close the loop with council just to see where MTC may be going for next year. But as the proposal, as that project, it's a little more complicated. There's a number of different ownership. But I think if we can come up with a really solid project, maybe focus on some of those key parcels and the key locations, we can look into the viability and take that conversation a step further.
That would be much appreciated. Thank you. And on the consent calendar for questions, Councilmember Barnacle.
On the specific plan, It's kind of a comment, also question, does it also include looking at the adjacent properties that are outside the UGB for open space opportunities?
So yes and no. I'm not quite certain if we're going to be looking specifically at open space opportunities, but at this point we have a willing property owner, that owns a large parcel or set of parcels in the county, and so they are now at the table. They're interested in participating with the outcome of annexing into city services. So I suspect that we'll have, that conversation will also include, how do we ensure that there's some sort of buffer into our ag lands, so it's not just city sort of built right up to what it is now.
I think I've just shared a property owner that's outside of our the influence or expansion area that's interested in just basically getting their property deeded for open space to butt up to the transit-oriented community. I'd really like to continue to keep them in the process and make sure that they're at the table, and we think about that as the whole community area. Thanks.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to public comment on the consent calendar. If you could read our messaging, Madam Clerk.
We did receive one public comment on item number 9, which is posted online. I have not yet received any cards, but if anyone would like to speak, please bring their cards to my desk if you haven't already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Okay, seeing no one and having no cards, is that right? We will now close public comment. Did you wish to turn in a card?
I believe I have turned in a card for number 11.
Oh, here it is. I'm so sorry. I thought that was for item number 12. We do have one card.
Please come forward and feel free to speak.
Dwayne Bellinger here, and ever since you adopted previous councils adopted the Crony Life Plan, I've been looking forward to the next step would be around the station. I was very pleased that the state came up with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission came up with a proposal to finance some of that, and I just became aware that this was on today, and I apologize if I misunderstand, but the map that they include in the item today, it doesn't quite match what this council adopted earlier this year. The property lines don't quite match, and I would hope they would. I think the state agency was talking about a half mile, and I think you kind of modified that to make it more consistent with how you do planning. And so I would ask that the maps be consistent, not with they talk about a 10-minute, and the transportation agency talked about a 15-minute walking plan. The time limit on getting this done, I'm disappointed that it's going to take so long, and would like to see a specific plan for around the rail station as soon as possible. My wife would love to build a frog song type community on a few of the acres out there, and put a lot of retirees in there who could vacate some of their larger houses for younger families. So we're looking forward to that development being as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment on the consent calendar, and I'll bring it back up to the dais. And I'll note that we have 3 different actions to take if we choose to, and they are the motion that doesn't include either of the recused 3 and 9. And would anyone like to start there?
Yeah. First, I'll just say I'm really happy about the proposal about the priority conservation areas. It's good forethought to think about being more competitive in our grants. That's how we do that, so good job. So I'll move items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11.
I'll second.
We have a motion and we have a second by now, so may we have a roll call vote on those?
Yes. Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll take item 3, which is the item that Councilmember Shrib is recusing from, and I'd like to have motion for that.
I'll move item 3.
I'll second.
It's motion by Barnacle and second by Now. Roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs recuse, and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thanks so much. We have a little bit of an echo going there with our Zoom participant. And now for item 9, where the Vice Mayor is recused. And a motion.
I'll move item 9.
We have a motion by Barnacle,
I'll second.
second by Shribs, and may we have the roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now recused, Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to all the participants for that portion of the agenda tonight. And that moves us over to our next item, a public hearing and matter for consideration. It's the introduction, first reading of an ordinance, an adoption of urgency ordinance, amending the ordinance 2900 concerning downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay to restore floor area ratio to 2.5 in table 5.2 of section 5.070D of the Petaluma Implement Zoning Ordinance to be consistent with the current general plan. And Councilmember DeCarly, you have a recusal today?
Yes, so I'll be recusing myself from tonight's discussion based on advice from our city attorney, whose advice I do appreciate. And the conflict for tonight's discussion wasn't brought to my attention until just before closed session began. And from what I understood, this is about general plan and something the city will be voting on. Since it affects the whole city, I strongly believe that I would be included to represent my district. Had I known ahead of time, I'd have consulted my own attorney, but I will take the advice of our city attorney, Eric, and step out for this discussion.
Thank you very much. And now, let's see, I will invite our city attorney to lead off here after we allow a minute for our council member to clear the dais.
Thank you. As Councilmember DeCarli is leaving, I'll just note that this is a continuation of his conflict due to the proximity of his residence to the overlay area being within 500 feet, and therefore the conflict being material and disqualifying and presumed under the FPPC regulations, and that has not changed, and it will not change while he's in his current residence unless facts change, and they have not. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the privilege of leading this introduction of these two ordinances that are before the council tonight, and we have a brief PowerPoint set of slides to walk us through that. If the Madam Clerk would be so kind as to bring that up. This is actually a fairly straightforward action. The context is a little less so I'm going to try to explain that a little bit for the council and the community, so we're all having a common understanding about what this proposed action involves. So if we go to the next slide, please. Oh, and before I do, I want to mention a housekeeping item to make sure I don't forget it, and that is we want to recommend a slight change to Section 4 in both the urgency ordinance and the regular ordinance. That's the part that actually sets forth the amendment that these ordinances being presented to the council tonight would make, and we need to make that slight adjustment because the current language is a little too sweeping, because the portion of Table 5.2 that we've depicted in these ordinances is actually not the entirety of Table 5.2, so it can't replace what's in the zoning amendment currently. So And Madam Clerk, I'll have a copy of this for you, but I want to ask the council if it introduces the regular ordinance and adopts the urgency ordinance, that they do so, amending that section so it says that in the last sentence before the table, accordingly, table 5.2 on page 3 of attachment 3, exhibit C of ordinance 2900 NCS is hereby, and striking replaced by, and then having it say, amended to reduce maximum floor area ratio from 6.0 to 2.5 in accordance with the following. And then it shows a partial graphic of table 5.2, and the only change being the change from 6.0 to 2.5 maximum floor area ratio. And that is a good segue, because that one change is the whole focus of these two actions tonight. So if we could go to the next slide, Madam Clerk. Thank you. So starting out with the timeline of these events, and I'm going to elaborate on them a little bit. So on April 21st, 2020, and there's things related to the overlay, a number of them that happened previously, and if the council has questions, happy to answer those, but what's pertinent for tonight's action, on April 21st, 2025, the City Council took action to adopt both a general plan amendment and a zoning code amendment that together comprise the overlay. The general plan amendment was enacted by resolution, as general plan amendments are, and the zoning code amendment was enacted by overlay, but the final council action on each of those items occurred at the same time on April 21, 2025, to adopt them starting the referendum period, the 30-day referendum period on both of those actions. So I want to emphasize that that way of synchronizing those actions to adopt general plan amendments and related zoning amendments at the same time is the course of action that's recommended by the land use and planning law. Section 5862 says at the end of that section, it is the intent of the legislature in enacting this section that local agencies shall, to the extent possible, concurrently process applications for general plan amendments and zoning changes, which are needed to permit development so as to expedite processing of such applications. So that's the action the council took. That's why it was synchronized that way. And I also want to note, and this is important, that at the time the council took those adoption actions, there was no inconsistency between the zoning code amendment, the overlay zoning code amendment, and the overlay general plan amendment. But a few weeks after adoption of those council actions, the referendum proponents, the opponents of the overlay, attained enough signatures as required in the referendum law to suspend the effectiveness of the general plan amendment. But I want to note that they only referended and obtained signatures concerning the general plan amendment, not the zoning amendment. That certification of signatures had the effect of suspending the effectiveness of the overlay general plan amendment, but as I mentioned, not the overlay zoning amendment, because the referendum proponents chose not to referend it. Suspension of the effectiveness of the general plan by the referendum activity, of the general plan overlay amendment by the referendum activity, had the effect of creating an inconsistency between the overlay general plan amendment that was enacted at the same time as the general plan amendment was approved and the underlying general plan. And as we'll discuss, the purpose and focus of tonight's action is to eliminate that general plan inconsistency. So next slide, please. Now we're going to have a couple slides that compare the substance of the general plan amendment that has been suspended by signature gathering and the zoning amendment, which has not. So here's on the screen is the substance of the general plan amendment. As you can see, it changes the maximum floor area ratio increases it from 2.5 to 6.0. And it goes on to say in the text where the former maximum of 2.5 is specified. It adds qualifying language to say, except that a maximum FAR of up to 6.0 may be considered and approved for areas within the downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay zone, subject to granting of a conditional use permit, satisfies all applicable requirements in sections 5.070 and 24.060E of the implementing zoning ordinance, and that the maximum residential density for all areas designated mixed use is 30 dwelling units per acre. So what you see there is that's really the sole operative part of the general plan amendment, whose effectiveness has been, for the overlay, whose effectiveness has been suspended by the signature gathering, and that reference in that amendment is to the implementing details in the overlay zoning amendment, which we're going to bring up next. Madam Clerk, if you would. And what you'll see here, depicted kind of simply, is a slide that shows how really all of the council policies for the economic development overlay are in the zoning amendment, including the FAR. So the only real operative provision regarding the overlay in the general plan amendment is the FAR. What this slide shows, what this graphic shows, is that what the zoning, the overlay zoning amendment contains, I should say, is policies of the council that are reflected in its overlay legislation that do two things. They promote economic development in the downtown, and they provide for historic resource protection and preservation in the downtown. How do they do that? Well, the economic development policies that promote enhanced development ability of downtown parcels, and again, remember, this is only in the reduced overlay area, sub-area A, include for qualifying projects that meet the procedural requirements, potential increase in lot coverage, potential height increases, potential, let's see, I think those are the main ones. And then the protection policies that the council included and directed staff to include in response to concerns that were voiced by community members, including those that were active in the gathering of signatures, include a requirement that none of the enhanced development potential would be available for projects unless they met specified requirements, including the granting of a discretionary conditional use permit, that they would have setbacks that applied, that they would satisfy excellence of design criteria as specified in the regulations, and that they would also provide specified public benefits, such as publicly accessible open space, in accordance with the regulations. So, let's see. Right, and just again, as I want to make clear that as these overlay regulations were enacted, they were enacted only with respect to a reduced size overlay referred to as sub-area A that consists of 2 square blocks in the downtown. So the next slide, please. Thank you. So the Planning and Zoning Law, Government Code Section 65860, requires consistency. We call it vertical consistency, but consistency between cities' general plans and their zoning codes. And I already mentioned, as the slide indicates, that as a result of Section 92 through 7 in the Elections Code and the signature gathering activity under the referendum of the general plan amendment only, the effectiveness of that amendment has suspended, creating the inconsistency that we're here to address. So next slide, please. Thank you. So this takes us back to that excerpt from Table 5.2 that I discussed earlier to show that the only thing that the action that we've recommended the council take tonight by adopting an urgency ordinance and also introducing a regular ordinance is to restore the floor area ratio that's specified in the overlay zoning amendment, which was adopted at the same time as the overlay general plan amendment, which has now been suspended by signature gathering, to restore that back to the 2.5 maximum, which eliminates the sole inconsistency between the general plan and the overlay zoning amendment, which has been adopted by the council, which has not been referended, and is otherwise fully consistent with the general plan. And the purpose of doing that, as I think is clear, is to satisfy the city's obligations under the planning and zoning law, section 65860, and to ensure the ongoing validity of the important economic development and historic resource protection policies that the council has enacted in the overlay. And that concludes my remarks, but I'd be happy to answer questions of the council. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. Any questions from council? Can I just recap and ask if I've got this right? So council approved a zoning thing and a general plan thing that made the hotel allowable, possible as proposed. And then the referendum came around and it made it so the hotel as proposed wasn't possible. And then now we're sued on this, even though either way the hotel as proposed isn't possible till the referendum sorted out. Is that pretty much that's pretty much sums it up?
Yes, that's accurate.
So we were consistent in the items until the referendum changed something.
Right. When the council took action to adopt all of its overlay policies, the ones that were in the general plan and the ones and the bulk of them that were in the zoning amendment, at the same time, they did that in accordance with normal practice and what's recommended in the planning and zoning law. And when they did that, there was no inconsistency between the zoning amendment that has been challenged with a writ petition and the general plan. The inconsistency arose later during the referendum period, the 30 days after the adoption date, as a result of the signature gathering. And because we are obligated to ensure that our general plan, our zoning regulations are consistent with the general plan, that's why we've recommended this action tonight to eliminate that inconsistency.
So, okay. So then I'm just thinking about the hotel being viable or not, a project being viable. And so we go ahead to, we were consistent, we were sued on inconsistency, we remedy here, but either way, the referendum still stands as to determine whether that proposed hotel goes forward, and it doesn't, either way.
Well, as a result of the signature gathering, the effectiveness of the general plan overlay amendment is suspended, and that, as we talked about, the sole substantive part of the general plan overlay general plan amendment was the FAR increase. So that FAR increase is suspended, and the council under the election code has a choice of two actions to take in response to the successful signature gathering. It can either repeal the general plan amendment, or it can place it on the ballot for the voters to decide whether or not to approve it.
Okay.
As the hotel project, so the FAR increase is suspended in the general plan, and this action tonight would make the zoning amendment and the overlay policies in the zoning amendment consistent with that. As to the hotel, as proposed, it needed a FAR increase. It actually never needed a 6.0 FAR increase. 4.5 FAR would be enough to approve the hotel as opposed. But it needs more than 2.5. Right. So I'm not in a position to say, I don't think we're in a position to say what the applicants are able to present that's consistent with the FAR and therefore not blocked by the referendum activity. But I think it's certainly safe to say that whatever project they can present, they may choose to present, that is consistent with the 2.5 FAR is certainly not going to provide the same economic benefits to the city that the project as proposed would have.
Well, right, and yeah, that part's pretty darn clear. Okay, that was I just need to make sure I understood everything here. And any other questions? Then let's open for general public comment. Can the clerk tell us whether we've received emails and take us from there?
We did not receive any emails, but we do have 2 cards. If anyone else would like to speak, now is the moment to bring the cards to my desk. Members are reminded, or speakers are reminded, to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Mike Healy, to be followed by Lydia Aslin. Oh, you're seating. Okay. So that's 3 minutes twice.
I don't think I'll need that long, but thank you. So we're here obviously tonight because of a completely unnecessary writ petition lawsuit that was filed last week that never should have needed to be filed. And in your agenda packet, you have the correspondence from PHA's attorney to the city attorney and to EKN's attorney. They're quite detailed. There's one on June 20th, one on June 23rd, one on June 26th, and it includes the tolling agreement that was requested. EKN's attorney did respond at some point. The city attorney office never did respond. And because the statute of limitations was going to run late last week and there had never been any response from the city attorney, that's what necessitated the filing of the writ petition. So it was an unfortunate situation of a sequence of events. I think the resolution that is before you tonight, the 2 ordinances, is very confusing to the public. It's certainly confusing to the Argus Courier. It looks to all the world like the council is waving the white flag and surrendering on the overlay zoning. I don't think that's your intent, because you could obviously change it right back up to 6 or 20 after the overlay, after you hopefully, in your view, defeat the referendum. But that's probably several months out. The other problem with this particular resolution of this issue is that PHA would likely be considered the prevailing party in the litigation for attorney's fees. And that was a completely unnecessary situation to get yourselves into. But here we are. And I would also point out that your planning commission is agendized tomorrow to make a recommendation to you on this, but now you're being asked to adopt an urgency ordinance tonight. So again, that really makes no sense. My request to you tonight is do not pass the urgency ordinance. You can go ahead and pass the first reading of the regular ordinance if you so desire, because that would give you some time to consider whether to adopt the second reading. And in the meantime, please direct your city attorney to actually reach out to PHA's attorney and see if there's another solution that would be less confusing to the public and everyone else than this one. I think there is something that could potentially still be on the table. I'm not authorized to offer anything, but I know there's some bright legal minds involved, and I think you could figure out something that would be a better solution than this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a late-breaking card request from the back. And please step right up to the microphone. Go ahead. This is John Hanania.
Mike Healy, thank you very much for your input. What bothers me about this whole thing, which is many times in the past, I have said it, and I'll say it again. Have any of you ever asked, how come Eric Danley causes a problem instead of a solution? This whole thing could have been avoided, but no. But whose pocket is this money coming out of? All the money that was wasted. Whose pocket? He has done this many times over. And all you guys do, whether current or past, attaboy, you're doing a great job. So I will really appreciate it. Is there something I'm saying that's not in the decorum?
Please freeze the clock for a second. Making continued attacks on staff is out of line. If you wish to say something about this item and this transaction, please stay focused on that.
Okay, no problem. This item and this action, I see that the money was being wasted and this whole thing couldn't be prevented. That's my point. And you guys are supposed to do your job not to allow waste of taxpayers' money. And I hope this was within the guideline and the decorum. Thank you very much, Quint.
And thank you very much. And that closes public comment on the item for the evening. And that brings it back up to council. Any council have comments on the items? Councilmember Shribs.
I would like to give the chance for our attorney to respond.
I'd be happy to do that, Mr. Mayor. To just, Mr. Healy mentioned a bunch of timing considerations, and I'd like to fill in some gaps concerning those. Yes, it's true that we received correspondence from Pearl and one of his partners at Schumann Haley regarding both the claims of his clients about the validity of the city's regulations and also a proposed tolling agreement. But what actually transpired was Pearl called and we spoke shortly after our clerk certified the results of the signature gathering. And in that call, Pearl said, we should look at doing a tolling agreement. And I said, well, Pearl, as we've discussed, your clients have chosen to referend the general plan amendment with its FAR increase, but not the zoning amendment that contains all the other council policies regarding the overlay. And there's no inconsistency between the zoning amendment and those policies. So I would be happy to recommend to the council a more limited tolling agreement that would toll the statute of limitations for running, which by our calculations actually ran today, not last week. But I told him we'd be happy. I would be happy to recommend a tolling agreement as to only the inconsistency between the overlay zoning amendment and the general plan. And he told me he would discuss that proposal with his clients. And then when we spoke again, Pearl and I, mid last week, I reminded him of our conversation to say, oh, and by the way, when they transmitted the broad tolling agreement that would have kept the statute from running as to any of the council overlay policies in the zoning amendment, not just the inconsistency, he noted that his clients were rejecting my suggestion for a more limited tolling. And he reconfirmed that last week. At the same time, he confirmed they'd already filed the lawsuit, even though, I believe we calculated the statute ran today. So the reason I mention that is, I think that proposal that we do a more limited tolling would have had the effect of ensuring that the city took an action like the one it took tonight to resolve the inconsistency as the law requires, the inconsistency that resulted from the signature gathering, while letting the statute run and preventing further legal challenge against the rest of the zoning amendment, which the referendum proponents chose not to referend and has not been referended, and the time for referending of which has run. So as the attorney's fees, I imagine that's something that we'll be addressing in the litigation, but to obtain attorney's fees, the parties got to prevail and satisfy the private attorney general statute requirements. So those are the comments I wanted to clarify. Happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate that response to public comments. I appreciate when we're able to speak with the public on an item. From my understanding, I think that the referendum advocates achieved their first goal to get the item stopped and onto a public referendum, and I think that's good on them for that effort. The lawsuit, I don't understand where it adds. I understand where the city brought together a non-conflicted document, and then the referendum changed that all up, but I don't understand why that would be sued. And then secondarily, the remedy that's proposed today, where it brings it back to not having a conflict between two documents, seems like the most elegant, and it certainly seems like it limits legal liability. And so I'm very happy to move forward the item that's proposed. And as I think, let's look at what the actual wording here is for the urgency ordinance is what we're looking for. And so anyone else have comments tonight? Councilmember Barnacle?
Also just say that, I think we don't want to, we want to avoid legal fees whenever we can, and that's what we're doing tonight, right? So I'm happy to move the item with the recommendations that you made for the language. I don't know if you need to read those again, but I'm happy to move that on an urgency ordinance.
So is that a motion?
That is, yes. I'll move that. I'll move the item with the recommended changes from our city attorney.
Thank you. And Councilmember Quint is a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? So may we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly is recused. Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the audience for being here on this item. And that moves us to item 13. And can we invite
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This item is a twofer. We're also asking you to introduce the regular ordinance.
All right.
With the same amendment. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve the regular ordinance with the amendment that was proposed by our city attorney in section 4.
Thank you very much.
Second.
And second by Quint.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly is recused. Now?
No.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1 with one recused.
Thank you. And we are complete this item, Mr. Attorney? That completes our
Yes. Thank you. And I just want to note for the record, our charter requires unanimous votes of the council members present and voting for urgency ordinance to take effect, and we met that requirement. And there's no similar requirement for regular ordinances. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, excuse me, can the city attorney explain the next procedure? Because with me voting no, I have voted against the non-urgency, and so then it has a different path. Do you want to explain that?
Well, I think what it allows is tomorrow's planning hearing to continue without already having first reading of an ordinance that's in front of Planning Commission tomorrow.
Well, no, we've had the first reading. It means that we would have to publish a synopsis, but that's really on the adoption. So I don't, unless council member now is suggesting that she wants to later move reconsideration. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I was just hoping you could explain the path between non-urgency and the urgency that we just voted on.
Oh, so sure. So thank you. The regular ordinance, before it's finally adopted by the council, has to get noticing and come before the Planning Commission for a recommendation. Is that what you meant? Yes. I'm sorry. I wasn't being purposely dumb. I was just being dumb. But that's the process it needs to follow. The urgency ordinances don't require 2 readings. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're at 13. And 13 is staff submit priority projects to Sonoma County Transportation and Climate Authority's funding program cycle 2 call for projects. And we have Bjorn Griepenberg, project manager, coming in by Zoom, and Jared Hall right here in our room, our transit manager. So take it away, team.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm Bjorn Griepenberg, transportation planner in our Safe Streets and Mobility Division in the Public Works Department, coming to you via Zoom tonight due to a stomach bug that's hit our house. Hoping that everyone can hear me okay. Can I just get either a thumbs up or a nod?
We can hear you.
All right, great. So let Jared cue up the slides here. And Jared, you can just go ahead and advance us to that next slide. Thanks. So tonight we'll give a quick overview of the SCTCA funding program and their funding criteria that we applied to come up with our recommended list of projects. Next, we'll walk you through those projects, and then finally we'll cover next steps. So in June of this year, Sonoma County Transportation and Climate Authorities, which serves as the countywide planning and fund programming agency for transportation and also manages the county's quarter-cent transportation sales tax, announced a call for projects for the second cycle of the SCTCA funding program, their last being back in 2021. And the funding program is comprised of 6 different grant funding opportunities at various levels, which comprise or will comprise an estimated $100 million in funding opportunities for transportation projects. And the funding program is really intended to ensure that our collective pursuits of transportation funding throughout Sonoma County is done in a coordinated fashion, and that SCTCA is able to play matchmaker. They're able to align the most deserving projects that they're seeing in the county with the best funding opportunities that they know are coming in the next several years. So with that, SCTCA asks all of us agencies who manage streets and transit to submit our top 5 priority projects. They do allow up to 10 projects for Santa Rosa and the unincorporated county due to their larger size. And so here in Petaluma, we get to apply for 5 in both categories, streets and trails and transit, since we operate both. Next slide, please. SCTCA asks that projects are included in Moving Forward 2050, which is Sonoma County's long-range comprehensive transportation plan. And projects also must demonstrate that they advance the goals of both that plan and Plan Bay Area 2050, which serves as our regional transportation plan. Of course, each of the 6 funding opportunities that constitute the funding program also come with their own set of criteria, guidelines, requirements. So for example, one of the funding sources in this funding program is the One Bay Area grant, which is administered by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And that grant is one that favors projects in designated priority development areas or near major transit hubs. So SCTCA, they have a pretty good sense of what each of these funding opportunities is going to look for. And then they give us one application to fill out that's going to cover basically all 6 of those funding sources. So they're trying to take into account what the different funders are going to be looking for and gathering all of that information from us in one step. Next slide, please. And the applications ask several questions, which they'll use to evaluate our projects, score them, and ultimately rank them for consideration for the funding program. And just to succinctly summarize what they're looking for projects that will improve safety, equity, quality of life, and transportation options, projects that'll reduce emissions and congestion, and projects that demonstrate evidence of or plans to conduct a robust community engagement process. On the city side, in order to identify our potential projects, our team first reviewed the 5-year capital improvement plan, which was included in your recently adopted budget. And that list of projects reflects a current council adopted catalog of infrastructure needs that represent our community priorities at this time. And it also obviously aligns with the funding program timeline, given that it covers the next 5 years. So we screened projects from the 5-year CIP by their estimated costs and tried to look for projects where we could potentially fulfill or fully fund projects through the funding program. So I'll give an example in a moment, but for a mega project like Caulfield Bridge, where we have a $60 million funding gap, it's not really worth our time, at least from our perspective as staff, to apply for funding for that project through through the funding program, given that when you look at the expected funding coming through this funding program, SCTCA is really looking to fund projects in that $1 to $10 million range. And lastly, the projects you'll hear about tonight are those that we feel best align with SCTCA's criteria and advance high priorities that we've identified through our various active transportation, paving, and transit planning efforts. So first, this is an overview of our 5 recommended projects for streets and trails. I'll be walking through each of these projects individually, and then Jared will do the same for the transit projects. And this list is in alphabetical order. It's not prioritized. 4 of the 5 projects that you'll see were identified as high priorities in our draft active transportation plan. 2 projects, Casa Grande and East Washington, come from our paving plan. Obviously, there's a great deal of overlap between those 2 documents. And one of the challenges that we have in performing this this task that SCTCA is asking of us is, they're asking us to look out to 2031. And so while we know about projects that we want to implement between now and 2031, we don't necessarily know everything about those projects. These are projects that are at various stages in their project development. Some of them, maybe we've completed detailed design. We've already done community engagement. We really know the project well. Others, we may still be at the conceptual planning level. And so we may not know everything that project will include or encompass. So that's one of our challenges here, is that we have to look further out. And then when we're looking at these projects, we have to take the best stab we can at describing the improvements that we feel pretty confident that we can deliver and that the community will want to see with each of these projects. So, for example, on East Washington Street, there's a lot. There's going to be a robust community engagement process to scope that project, but we can't get too far out in front of that and start describing proposed improvements, because SCTCA is going to evaluate our applications based on what we, at this stage in time, feel pretty good about, delivering in these projects. So hopefully that made sense, and happy to, of course, answer questions as we get into these. And go ahead and go to the next slide, please, Jared. So our first project is the Casa Grande Road Improvements Project, and for some reason there's an image that's not showing on the bottom. I wonder if you click again there, Jared. Oh, there we go. For some reason it had an animation. So this is a planned paving project on Casa Grande Road between Lakeville Highway and Eli Boulevard South that presents a great opportunity for a robust, complete streets project that would be accomplished through a 5 to 3 lane lane reduction. And that's enabled by Casa Grande Road operating well under capacity. So the envisioned improvements that we feel pretty good about being able to include in this project include parking protected bike lanes, new and upgraded crosswalks, increased on-street parking supply, green infrastructure, trying to add some greenery to the street, and a new roundabout at the South McDowell Boulevard intersection to improve both traffic flow and safety. And at $9 million, this is estimated to be our second most expensive paving project in the 5-year paving plan. So it's an ideal project for us to leverage outside funding if we can. And we also obviously believe that the nexus with Casa Grande High School and safe routes to school will help boost the project's competitiveness. Next slide, please. So the Corona Road Bicycle and Pedestrian Crosstown Connector Project would add a dedicated bicycle and pedestrian facility, dedicated bicycle and pedestrian facilities, of which there currently are none, between the Boulevard and North McDowell. And this location, this is one where we do know a little bit more, because this was included in our soon-to-be completed US 101 bike ped crossing study, which analyzed every possible way to get people on foot and bike across US 101 at Corona Road. And through that study, we determined that slightly widening the structure with a 6-foot cantilever would allow us to accommodate not only a bidirectional multi-use pathway on the eastbound side, but also a protected bike lane on the westbound side for folks who would prefer that option as they're riding across in the other direction. And our primary reason for recommending this project in the funding program at this time is to take advantage of a Caltrans railing replacement project scheduled for the overcrossing in 2031, which presents an ideal opportunity to make all of these modifications. The East Washington Improvements Project includes paving from the Boulevard to the US 101 overcrossing, and we've actually slightly expanded, or are proposing to slightly expand the scope to also include safety upgrades across the overcrossing to North McDowell, even though paving is not required along that stretch, just to increase the benefits and also the project's competitiveness. Envisioned improvements include protected bike lanes across the US 101 overcrossing, where we do have a little bit more width than we do on most of the rest of the corridor west of US 101. New and upgraded crosswalks, including a new river trail crossing at Water Street, and adaptive signal coordination to reduce congestion between Payran Street and North McDowell Boulevard. The reason, obviously, a lot more signals on Washington west of Payran Street, but with the presence of the SMART train and SMART signalization, that presents some real challenges for adaptive signal coordination. But the goal is to get that in everywhere we can on the corridor, just to improve the flow. And at $10 million, this is estimated to be the most expensive paving project in our 5-year plan. So again, another ideal project to leverage some of that outside funding. The River Trail US 101 and Rail Undercrossings project has been an unfunded or partially funded CIP project for several years now. It's the top priority project in the draft active transportation plan, and I'll share a map shortly just to show the connection. But just wanted to highlight a positive development with this project. Last year, we did receive $2 million in carryover funds from the Marin Sonoma Narrows project for this project, which was a recommendation which was done by SCTCA. And so we've engaged them on this project many times over the last several years. We've applied for lots of grants for this one. And given that they've now partially funded this project, and we do feel good about the likelihood that we can close that gap through the funding programs, that this gives us the best opportunity to close that final funding gap on this one. So the next slide shows a map of this project, because I think it's hard, unless you're really familiar, it is hard to imagine the connection. So what you'll want to look at here is that dashed yellow line in the middle of the map. And that is a connection that runs between the Petaluma Marina and the Riverfront neighborhood. And so it follows, it basically runs from the marina down a little strip of land there, crosses over a drainage channel, goes underneath the SMART tracks where they've already installed a box culvert for this purpose, and then connects to the existing river trail segment that was built by the Riverfront development. And you have dashed green lines on either side of the project. So to the left, these represent planned projects that are now active and moving forward in some form. To the left is the Petaluma River Park and their envisioned connection to downtown. And then to the right is our PIPS, our primary influent pump station project segment, that will actually provide a pathway between the marina and Rocky Memorial Dog Park or Casa Grande Road. So you can really see that as these projects are completed, as the river trail is built out, this segment becomes the linchpin, because this is the only way to get people, the only current alternative to get people between the east and west sides of US 101 at this location is via Lakeville Highway. So feel, obviously very strongly about this project's importance in the build out of our river trail. Next project is the Smart Pathway extension from Lakeville Street to North Water Street. So with recent investments by Smart, their pathway now runs continuously from Pengrove all the way to Lakeville Street, where it ends near Hunt and Barrens, and requires pathway users to transition to or from Lakeville Street. So this is a simple 500-foot extension along a freight spur between Lakeville and the intersection of North Water and Oak Streets, to bring the pathway closer to downtown, and also brings it closer to other existing and planned pathways, including the River Trail and Lynch Creek Trail. And in doing so, based on what we've kind of laid out there and what we understand, the existing freight tracks would not be impacted by this project. Smart would retain all of their freight storage there. So while this project is in Smart right-of-way, it was not included in their original pathway plans. And it's really not a priority for them, given that they're still focused on building out their system as planned. And so we've reached out to them. They're well aware that this is a local priority. It's a top priority in our draft active transportation plan. And they've indicated their willingness to partner with the city and essentially allow us to pursue this project in their right-of-way. Next slide, please. And this just shows you that connection, dashed yellow line there, bringing the Smart Pathway closer to our downtown. And you can see the nice connection with a recent pathway built behind La Villa Apartments and linkages to the River Trail, Lynch Creek Trail, and also eventually over to the River Park via Copeland Street. So we obviously we're looking at the whole CIP, and so just felt that it was important to also highlight some other projects that that we looked at and provide an explanation as to why we are not recommending them at this stage for the funding program. Our crosswalk and signal improvements, that's a smaller CIP project that we have actually had success in getting funding for this type of work through the Highway Safety Improvement Program. And so the next cycle is coming up in 2 years, and felt that we'll be very competitive for that grant, and that grant is outside of the funding program. So seeing a viable source, we felt that we should maximize our opportunities to leverage that outside funding by not including this as a priority, but pursuing it for that grant. Caulfield Bridge, I already mentioned the funding gap just being too large to close through the grants that are included in the funding program. With a project like that, you would typically look for a much, much larger federal grant. And so we'll keep our eyes out for those bigger federal grant opportunities as if they come. And then the last 2 rows there just highlight some of our other paving projects in the 5-year paving plan. And each of those, not flagging those for recommendations for various reasons, just feeling like they'll be less competitive than the corridors that we did select. And also just due to these projects generally having smaller budgets. And so there's a little bit less outside funding to be leveraged with these projects. And with that, I'll hand it off to Jared Hall, our transit manager.
Thank you, Bjorn. Good evening, members of the council, mayor, members of the public. So I'm going to run through the transit projects. As Bjorn mentioned, the 5 projects that we have on the street side, we also get to apply for 5 projects on the transit side. And we were actually very successful with cycle 1. We got 2 projects funded for a total of $4 million. So we're really a big fan of this process overall. So in terms of our 5 projects, we have a variety of different types here. We have ones that include transit operations that would run on major corridors in Petaluma to help reduce traffic and congestion. Of course, we recently implemented 15-minute service on Washington and North McDowell Boulevard, 2 of our highest priority corridors. This project would be taking a look at other corridors as well for additional transit improvements on them. On our fleet side, we're looking to continue our trend of trying to create a zero-emission bus fleet by 2030 in advance of the state goal of 2040. So also always on the lookout for funds to expedite that process. Bus stop improvements are a major request that we get from the public, and something that really kind of motivates people to get out of their car, get out of the house and ride transit. It's smaller projects that really go a long way. And then we have a transit innovation program, and that can be several different types of programs, one of which may be a subsidy program with companies like Uber, Lyft. We'll talk about that a bit more. And then lastly, part of a larger regional project on wayfinding at transit stops and mobility hubs. So to dive in and talk a bit more, and these are in no particular order. So recently, MTC created a layout for transit wayfinding signage that they're hoping transit agencies implement all throughout the Bay Area. Thus far, there are 2 locations in the region that have implemented this. If people want to see what it looks like, they can go to Santa Rosa for the most recent example. They did an opening of this about 3 months ago, but it's a beautiful new wayfinding program. And what it's designed to do is be simple, seamless, and easy for people to use throughout the region. And so you'll be seeing these signs that you see in the photos there at all the different transit stops and hubs throughout the region. And so there's similarities with colors, with where all the fonts are located. The agencies are noted on all these signs of which agencies serve bus stops. So what this project would do, and this would actually be a partnership in conjunction with Sonoma County Transit and Santa Rosa City Bus, is we would all be going through and putting these signs up. So at the simplest of stops, it would be the smaller signs that list the name of the stop, the agencies that serve it. And then at the more advanced ones, like transit hubs such as Copeland Transit Mall, the Eastside Transit Center, you would see the more robust signage, like the one you see at the top there, that has maps for the city and the regional transit system. And so we estimate that this program would cost $1 million, and again, it would hopefully be implemented at all the local transit agencies all throughout the county. The second project is for transit operations. As I mentioned, we recently expanded service on Washington and North McDowell Boulevard, but of course there's more work to do to improve major arterials and corridors all throughout the city. And so one of the things that we'll be doing in a few months is kicking off our short-range transit planning process. What that is the major planning document for transit that lays out the goal for the next 10 years, whether that's on the operating side, on the capital side, all those things are encompassed into it. And so this item would be funding to implement outcomes from that plan. And outcomes could be a few different varieties. It could be a new route altogether. It could be an expanded route, maybe running more often, or the larger span of service running throughout the day. It could be service to new parts of the city, or it could even be things like modifications or expansions of services like Lumigo, our microtransit service that's been running for about a year. And so with this one, we didn't want to be overly prescriptive right now since we're starting that big planning process, and we really want to get all the public input on that to hear what the highest priorities are as we go into this. But we're estimating $6 million, and that would be multiple years worth of service, up to 5 years worth of service running from this grant. The third project is our fleet electrification. You can see a couple photos there of the brand new electric buses that we took delivery of last month. And so these are the first ever battery electric buses for Petaluma Transit. So we're very excited about those. We have 4 of those that'll be hitting the road in about a month or so. And so that's kind of the plain vanilla version you see. It'll look different when it hits the road, but you can get a first glimpse of what those look like. And so this would continue to fund that advanced goal of trying to be a zero emission fleet by 2030. And so we already have 4 buses. This would help to fund 3 to 4 other buses at a cost of $6 million. And of course, there's other grants that we could leverage with this, programs like HVIP, the Hybrid Vehicle Incentive Program, that give you, over $100,000 back for purchasing electric buses, things along those lines. But as we know, the city fleet is one of our major sources of emission for the city, and one of the biggest elements of that is the transit fleet. And so it's one of the great opportunities for us to really green that fleet and cut down on city emissions and have a huge impact on that side of things. Bus stop improvements and mobility hub improvements. So you can see a couple photos there. The top one, of course, is Copeland Transit Mall, an area that we love, but in need of some improvements. I think we'd all agree, some more modern shelters. And on the bottom, you can see one of our more recent, beautiful new transit shelters we just put in a few months ago. And so what this project would do is it would go through and it would create a list of about 25 bus stops that are prioritized for improving throughout the city. And this is based on things like the bus stop inventory that we update every so often. We just updated it about a year ago. And then the list that we go through with our Transit Advisory Committee to prioritize locations spread throughout the city. And of course, we're prioritizing things such as the stops current and potential for ridership, proximity to major destinations like schools, shopping centers, equity considerations, geographic considerations throughout the city, making sure all parts of the city get improvements, even prioritizing major corridors, such as some of the ones where we're doing other improvements that Bjorn talked about. It's great when you can come in and improve the situation for all modes of travel, including transit. And even though these are smaller projects, anywhere from about 5,000 up to 50,000 for a fully built out stop, they really do have a big impact, as I mentioned before. People who ride the bus, this is one of the things they ask about the most is improvements at their stop, especially things like a nice bus shelter and places to sit. It could also include things like bike racks, trash can, lighting improvements, and real-time signs. And so that project is estimated at $2 million. The next one is a bit more open-ended, as I mentioned. We called it generally transit innovation projects. And so that could be several different types of potential projects, but recognizing that transit and kind of mobility even beyond that is something that's really expanding, day to day, year to year. It evolves really quickly. Of course, we're now doing our microtransit service, and nearby communities have had success with doing programs with companies like Uber and Lyft or local taxi service. And what you can do with those type of programs is you can incentivize trips for areas where you can't provide other great service. For example, if we're not going to run service in really late hours in Petaluma and it doesn't make sense to have fixed route service, you could perhaps have a program to where people receive a discount to use things like taxi service. And it could be targeted for areas geographically, like downtown, working with the businesses downtown to really help provide other options. It could be based on certain groups of people, certain times of day. All of those things are options. Even things like nighttime workers is something that we hear quite a bit of unmet need there. And so that's one such example, but there's other similar projects that we would look at. We did receive feedback at the TAC meeting, Transit Advisory Committee meeting last week. People were excited about this, although there were comments on if you want to work with particular companies and the pros and cons of that. So I think if this did move forward, of course, we would have more discussion with that group to determine the type of structure of what this program or others would look like. And this is estimated at $3 million. And so in terms of project alternatives, we did have a project alternative we've talked about for a while. As people know, our lovely transit facility, we're really kind of packed to the gills there, so we're at full capacity. So in the long term, it would be nice to have a more modern facility, more expansion potential. If we do want to run more transit service, more routes running more frequently. And so we would like to, at some point, do a transit study that looks at one facility for the entire city where all vehicles are maintained in one location. And it would also be the Transit Operations Center that would allow us a lot more opportunity to have a modern fleet maintenance facility, more expansion room for transit staff and vehicles. So that's something that is about $350,000. We didn't think it was a big enough project for this, but still very much on the radar and a priority. And so those are the different projects on the transit side. And of course, Bjorn ran through the ones on the street side. So in terms of next step and timing. So August 8th is when the applications are due to SCTCA. And so of course, we're looking to get input from the council, members of the public tonight on these projects. Are these the projects that make sense? Is there a prioritization you have within the projects? Is there changes you would want to potentially make to what you heard about the scope of them tonight? And then the draft recommendations will be announced by SCTCA on July 2026, with funding approved by their board on September 2026, and then the final funding program approved by the board in early 2027. And that's when funding would first be available for us to begin spending on the programs. So in terms of our recommendation, we want to hear from you. What do you think of the list? Are these the right projects, or are there other ones we should be looking at? And then we are asking for you to approve a resolution authorizing us to apply to this cycle and submit grant applications to SCTCA. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I do love getting our fundings into the big agencies to help us with goals. Any questions from the presentation? Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, on the transit one, do you have a sense for what the total leverage would be from the city, like city's contributions and the amount that we're asking? Like the total project cost that you were showing on the slides, right?
Yeah, it really depends on the funding source, what the match is. So with some of them, there may be a 20% funding match. With others, it's 100% grant funded. Generally, 20% would be what we're looking at.
Got you. Items. And then in the operations, is marketing included in that as well? Just sort of like generally getting the word out about transit and things like that?
Yeah, very much so. Anytime we do that type of program, of course, running the service itself is one component, but we always want to make sure people are aware of it. Yeah. So that does include a public outreach marketing component in that budget.
Okay. All right, I think the rest of mine are comments. Thanks.
Sure.
Councilmember Schribb.
You talked about the wayfinding signs, and they look pretty modern, colorful with the print. But we also have some wayfinding for the city to use for go here, go there, which I think we're going to be more like brown wood, natural type feel to it. Is there any reason why to consider maybe unifying the entire both of those systems, or is there reasons why we should keep those separate as far as designs?
Yeah, I think you can have both systems exist and work well together. In this case, the signage is more based on the specific transit stop, and it's informing you of the service that goes there, which routes, et cetera. Whereas the city wayfinding is more directing you to go this direction, nearby destinations, and the transit ones would be specific at transit stops and transit hubs, whereas the city wayfinding could be spread more broadly throughout the city, other locations as well. So I think as much as possible, we would coordinate the locations and make sure that they're compatible. We could modify it, but this is kind of the design that the region is looking to go towards for all the different transit agencies. One of the benefits is you have consistency throughout the region. So whether you're in Santa Rosa, Petaluma, all the way down in San Francisco, San Jose, you would see the signs and know what they mean and know where to find the information.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Jared, for that, and Bjorn. Can you, in English, tell me what a real-time sign is?
So there's a couple of examples of transit real-time signs. Some of them can be a larger sign, like the screens you see here. A good example is at smart stations, you'll see those, and they'll have a lot more information. They'll list multiple routes. You can do other types of information that shows on those, even like marketing, et cetera. But those signs can be pretty expensive. Those can be over $50,000 by the time you buy and install them. There's more simplified, smaller signs that can cost, $1,000 or $2,000. And those ones can go atop a transit bus stop pole. And we have a couple of examples running right now. The southbound bus stop at North McDowell Boulevard in Rainier has one. And the stop at Casa Grande High School on Eli near Juliet by the tennis courts has one. And that doesn't need any type of wiring. It's all solar powered. And so it has less information. It's basically just a dot matrix sign, but it still shows you the routes coming, when they arrive the next time, and it's way more cost effective and easier to install.
Did they tell when they're going to be delayed, or if there's a route that's out for the day, or I don't know?
So they can show that. Generally what they would show is the next arrival time by route, and it's real time. So it's not like the static schedule time. It's the real time when the bus will be showing up. But what's great is these days they have a lot of options with them. So you can do other messages. You can do safety messaging. You can do emergency messaging. You can let people notify their routes running behind or delayed. All those things can be done these days with signs.
And I know in other countries, when I was traveling, they're in their predominant language, and then I'm very happy to see it in English for those American tourists like myself. So is it going to be in multiple languages, or is it icons? How do people that don't speak English understand the route signs?
So they can be, and it depends on the type of sign too, especially the ones that are the larger TV style. There's the opportunity to impart a lot more information in them. But generally what we do with transit is we have all of our info available in English and Spanish. That's actually a requirement from the Federal Transit Administration. And so things like our stop announcements will be said in both English and Spanish. And that would be the intent with these signs, is it would have the information that you can read on it. And the two example ones I talked about, like at Casa Grande High School, those actually have a proximity sensor. And when you walk near it, it'll actually say, next bus, route 2 in X number of minutes. So that's, you can hear it audibly. And it can even have lights incorporated in it. So if you don't have good lighting at the stop, the sign can also shine down lights when it detects you nearby. So there's a lot of cool features you can work in with signs these days.
That's great, especially for the hearing impaired, or the whatever special needs the traveler has. The Mackenzie Avenue, it's already existing bike and pedestrian trail. I ask about it all the time. It's not ADA compliant. Is there any future for that to get done?
I can take that one, Vice Mayor. Thank you. So yeah, we've been looking at that overcrossing through the 101 crossing study, and our consultants took a look at different alternatives for reconfiguration, reconstruction of that facility. They all carry a pretty steep price tag to make it ADA compliant. You're looking at probably in the neighborhood of $20 million. So a really big, price tag for that. We've done everything we can in the interim to make it as accessible as possible. We recently upgraded the curb ramp on the, or installed a curb ramp on the east side of the overcrossing where there was previously a 6-inch curb, so anyone using a wheeled device needed to navigate that. We removed bollards, we removed gates that were on the overcrossing for a long time. So we feel that we've taken it as far as we can. We've kind of done all the low-hanging fruit. Anything beyond that would require, to make it ADA, would require full replacement. And then with that, you're actually looking at either a lot of switchbacks, which may not be a very welcoming environment for people, or you're looking at actually having to acquire one of the nearby homes and using that footprint to allow enough room to basically make up that pretty short, make up the elevation difference from street level up to the overcrossing. So a lot of not only the price tag, but with property acquisition, just a very challenging project. Our feeling is that yes, even though it is not fully ADA compliant, it is still a useful connection to have there, and it is still serving, it is helping people get from point A to point B, at least those who can. We feel that money may be better invested in, perhaps a new freeway overcrossing at a different location. If you were to kind of think about the bigger picture, would you rather keep that and spend $20 million to get a new overcrossing somewhere else? Or would you rather replace that existing overcrossing for $20 million? And as far as the overall mobility benefits, we feel that the former would deliver greater benefits. That being said, we do not have a recommendation or a project at this time for a new freeway overcrossing.
Thank you.
Also, that is a Caltrans owned facility. Forgot to mention that.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah. And Councilmember Cater Thompson, did I see your hand come up?
Yes, you did. Thanks for the presentation. This is, it's a great list. And I just want to talk about Corona Road, since I've been talking about it since the 1990s, that it needs improvement. It's really great to see that this is happening. And it's kind of consistent with the North Rail Station, but also the specific plan for the area. And so it's been a long time waiting. But as far as Washington Street, I met somebody on Payran Street the other day, Bob Martin, and we were just watching the traffic backing up on Payran Street. So when you look at Washington Street, will you look at ways of making traffic flow better with the streets that flow into Washington Street, the ones with signalizations?
Yeah, absolutely. That's with any of these paving projects, we're looking at signal modifications and or other intersection modifications to improve both safety and congestion.
That would be great. And maybe, since this project's not going to happen for a while, is it possible to look at some signalization changes, possibly, to facilitate traffic not backing up? I mean, I was there around 4 o'clock the other day, and we were sitting in his front yard, and there was just a lot of backed up traffic. And I realized we're going to continue having traffic, but it felt as though the vehicles were not moving quickly enough, or enough of them were not able to go through the intersection. So it's just something I appreciate.
I'm going to invite us to stay on the topic and try and move along. I'm sure there's a lot of capital project effort going on, but this grant is what we're trying to focus on tonight.
I appreciate that. But while we're looking at this, I want to make sure connected that we would be looking a little bit more depth.
That's something that we can look at in the interim even. So thank you for flagging that.
Okay, that's great. And then last week, I had a tour of our bus, of our new electric buses. I really encourage people to do that. They're super comfortable. It just felt really good being there. And so it's great that we're moving forward with our EVs for our buses. And I encourage the other council members to go check them out. It's pretty nice. And all the other things, I just think it's a great list. And I just really appreciate all the work that staff has done. Thank you.
Okay, to finish the question round, Councilmember DeCarlo, you had a question?
Yes, I had a couple. Hi, Jared. So it seems like a lot of these projects, with all the improvements to them, come with a pretty high price tag. Did staff consider what it would cost in just the case of the roads to just repave them, what the difference in cost would be?
Yeah, I would say that's always one of the considerations. I don't know if Jeff, you're on there, you want to talk about the merits and or Bjorn costs.
Yeah, so I think I can hopefully take a stab at that one. So with paving projects, we are also required to ensure that everything is upgraded to be fully accessible. So a lot of the work you'll see in paving projects is actually not the paving; it's the concrete work at installing new curb ramps, bringing intersection or signals up to current accessible standards. So there's a lot of other stuff that goes into it. It's not just paving. And then, of course, we are a city that has an adopted complete streets policy. So when we're doing a paving project, we've got adopted policy that commits us to look at the feasibility of and ways to improve safety and accessibility for all road users. So, looking at every way we can to make the street more walkable, make it more bikeable if it is a designated bike route. So yeah, there's a lot more that goes into it. And then of course with just other, other city goals around accomplishing Vision Zero, eliminating severe injuries and deaths from traffic fatalities. That's where the safety improvements really come into play. And also obviously, achieving carbon neutrality and improving transportation options as much as possible through these projects. But as far as the actual cost difference, I don't think you would see a real significant cost increase. It's not like you're looking at a very different amount of street area that's being paved or concrete work that's being done. It would probably work out to be pretty marginal.
Okay. Yeah, I think for me, just to wrap my head around it would be nice to see what the difference is, with what are the bare minimums that we have to do and should do versus all the bells and whistles. I want to look at two. I think a good example is the majority of the boulevard now, where it's been reduced down to just the 2 lanes, and so why are we, excuse me, why are we continuing to do that to different roads throughout town when they were put in initially, those roads, it was designed around not only current traffic but estimated future traffic, and from then to now we do have significantly more cars in town. We do have major traffic issues all through town, and even if those are roads that are not heavily used, they're still used by residents or people trying to avoid other streets for any reason, accidents, traffic, whatever it is. So why is it that why are we reducing lanes in town?
Yeah, no, great question. There in traffic engineering, there was an old school of thought, I think, dating back to the kind of post-World War II era of city planning and traffic engineering, where frankly streets were overbuilt. They were, I don't think they really had a sense of how many people would drive or how much capacity lanes and intersections had. And so what we see now is, especially on the east side of town, you've got streets like Rainier Avenue, Caulfield Lane, Casa Grande Road, just to name a few, Eli Boulevard South, that were designed to carry, we now know, we're designed to carry 20,000 cars per day. And those streets are carrying less, Caulfield's probably the highest, that's maybe carrying 11,000 a day. So that's even way under capacity. Rainier, Casa, Eli are all in the 4,000 to 6,000 cars per day range. So these are streets that are not only well under capacity now, but they'll never see, you'll never see that increase where these jump up over 20K a day.
What range
as far as
is the boulevard in?
I'm going to ask that since we have Rainier paving coming to us shortly, that we put this bit of change into the Rainier conversation that's going to come to council shortly and keep us focused on the application process for tonight, because I think there is a lot of questions we have for our infrastructure, and I think it concerns all the public and all the council. But that philosophical and design effort could be really pertinent when we look at Rainier.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I think too, if we're going to be applying for grants, the council should understand each project and the implications that they might have. My next question is about where the SMART Trail passes near Hunt and Barrens, and you didn't have a rendering of it, but what will that look like? Because that seems extremely narrow. In consideration of the rail spur there and the parking lot next door. So, with freight being a crucial component of SMART, and for Hunt and Barrens and for agriculture and retaining, our economy here, how does that trail look without eventually choking out this rail spur there?
So yeah, we've actually, that one we have started laying out, and we've worked with SMART staff on that one, and we really want to avoid any impacts to that freight spur. Not only for the impacts to SMART wouldn't allow. I don't think SMART would allow us to even have this conversation if we said, we're going to do something that would require you to remove or significant or even alter your freight spur. So the reason that project is there is actually adequate right of way available within SMART's property. There's one pinch point, which I think you're referencing, right at the south end by the new housing development that was built there. So it would require a public access easement, but it does not need that much room. There's a section where the SMART right-of-way kind of narrows down. So we've actually already had conversations with them as well, and they're supportive of figuring out some sort of right-of-way, whether it's a public access easement or some other arrangement that would allow for the trail to be built.
So would that easement eat into the landscape area to the left in that photo?
Yes, very, very slightly into the landscape area, but not to the parking lot.
That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, my other question was on the transit. Is there anything that can be used for accessibility for getting to and from stops, things like that? I realize it's kind of gets into sidewalks and things like that maybe, but I'm just wondering where the accessibility comes in.
Yeah, very much. That's one of the big considerations we always look at when we're improving stops is ADA accessibility. And so when we do the inventory I mentioned of all the bus stops, that's one of the things we're looking at is the stop up to current ADA specs with things like grade, broken sidewalks, and anytime we make improvements to a stop, we're required to bring it up to modern ADA standards. So anytime we touch a stop to make improvements, those are the kind of things that we do. So we need a curb ramp where there isn't one, we'll add that. If there's broken sidewalk pieces, we'll add that as well. We want to make sure that it's a modern, fully accessible stop. So any stops we improve, we're always looking at those kind of improvements as well.
Yeah, sorry, one follow on to that. Is it just at the stop, or does it, how far does it sort of radiate out? Sometimes there's a big cart, I'm thinking of on McDowell, there's some apartment complexes there that are, maybe a 100-foot walk to a bus stop or something like that. And how far can you get with respect to the accessibility and things like that?
It's a bit unique to each stop, but generally I would say 50 to 100 feet. But if we identify those type of improvements and it's a bit too far out of what we're doing with the bus stop improvements, then we work with the CIP team to do improvements down the line. But generally, if it's within 50 to 100 feet, we would try to wrap that into the overall bus stop improvement project that we're doing.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to hearing from the public.
Great. I did have a question for Bjorn or two. We have the river trail in there, and I'm wondering, do we have a cross section under the Smart Bridge? Is that a feasible crossing, and is that posted somewhere?
It is. I believe it's 8 feet across, so it's tight. It's comparable to actually what we're looking at underneath the Payran Street crossing of Petaluma River when we make our Lynch Creek Trail improvements there. Yes, tight but feasible and would meet.
You're saying the overhead is 8 feet or the width is 8 feet?
The width, sorry.
And how about the overhead? The overhead is tight there at Payran, but what is it at Riverbridge?
I'd have to get that for you. But I know when it was designed, it was done so in anticipation of future.
Is that design on the website on the city's website for project grants and things? It's got to be available on the website, right?
I am not sure if we have an active webpage for that project. I'll have to go take a look. It's one that we've been applying for grants, but there hasn't really been much to report publicly, just because it hasn't been funded. But we can take a look at that and try to get some more.
My concern would be that it's not feasible, and we're applying for grants. So I'd love proof of concept before application of grant.
Absolutely.
So thank you. Also, I noticed the timeline on many of the road projects are all starts at 27 and goes to later dates. Is that beginning of funds availability 27?
Yes. Or it would be the funding. When we apply to SCTCA, they ask for a project schedule. The target funding dates assume, or the target construction dates assume that those projects are fully funded by the beginning of that fiscal year.
These dates
so obviously, the funding would really drive the timelines.
So the fiscal year you're showing is the year of construction anticipated?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. I've been hoping for pushing for that 500 feet, the smart path extension to Water Street for years and years, and I feel like it's really getting close. I'm wondering if we can push that date to 26, 27, as it's the $1 million project and should be the easiest thing to fund and should be the easiest thing to design, compared to design and everything else, that's biddable this week.
Yeah, that's one of the one of the uncertainties we have with this funding program, right? Is that A, we don't know if the projects if we will be successful, and B, if we are successful, we don't know which grant we will be matched with. So if we're given like OBAG, One Bay Area grant is earlier in the funding program. If we were successful for those funds, then that may be able to move the construction date up, but it will be completely driven by the funding schedules.
So the feedback would be, let's pick an aggressive date and then hope the funding happens, and you can always slide the date backwards if funding doesn't arrive. But that would be feedback and not a question. I apologize. And let's go to public comment on this. Do we have any cards or letters?
I have not received any emails regarding this, and I don't have any cards, but if anyone attending in public, any members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anyone stepping to the clerk's desk, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council for comments. And I know Councilmember Barnacle, you mentioned being patient down there. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll say my top priorities for transit are operations. I'm concerned about continuation of federal funding. I don't know that we're going to be expanding operations, but all of it's focused on operations. After that, it feels like the hub accessibility specifically is something I'm really interested in. Real-time signs are great too. Definitely seating, things like that, making them ADA accessible. So those two sort of rise to the top for me. And then replacement buses are always good. Innovation is at the bottom of the list for me. I know the study isn't on the list, but I continue to think that we've got to figure out the sort of joint transit courtyard, maintenance facility thing sooner rather than later, because especially as we continue to add electric buses, we're going to continue to add EV infrastructure and things like that. And we want to be thinking about where that should be before we think about, before we continue to deploy infrastructure is my thought. So that was where my comment around how much money are we committing to this without even knowing like exactly where the facility should be long-term and things like that. So I encourage us to keep that project on the front burner, or keep trying to move it to the front burner. On the roads, agree, just a great list. For me, the top of the list is Casa Grande because it's right next to a school. And currently it's pretty unsafe on that stretch. Probably the second one for me was the Smart Path. I want to see our mayor get the dedication. Usually some people have to die before you get the dedication, but I think in this case we'll dedicate it to you, Mayor, and we'll let you put your handprint in it when they're pouring the concrete. And then the Corona overcrossing, I love the timing of that with Caltrans. That's really thoughtful, and I would definitely elevate that. And then Washington, and then the River Trail probably. But again, great list.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Cater Thompson, I want to forget you. Any comment at the end?
Well, my comment, I just want to piggyback on a more modern facility and really consolidate where our EV is going, and look at this sooner than later, because there's a lot to it in consolidation, and I think it's something we should put to the top of the list to at least know what people are thinking of where a facility like this could go, and to consolidate with the courtyard. So I think that's important. And I think the rest has already been said. And I just think both the lists are really great lists.
Thank you.
And Kevin, Mayor McDonald,
Yes.
You will definitely get a handprint on that, because you've hammered me a lot on that 500 foot, and I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Cater Thompson on, even if we just do a facility like check-in and what's needed and what the price would be and what city property is available for a modern facility for our, I've been listening to that since 2008 when I left the council last time, so I know it's a need, and 20 years has gone by now. I would like to see the LumaGo expand to District 3. I know if we go on the app, we can ask it, but it's frustrating because we know it doesn't go there, so why do we even ask it? And my neighbors are, some of them are elderly and they like to go downtown, or they like to go to their appointments, and it even doesn't go out to Kaiser, which is in District 3. So we'd like to see it expand. It does go down Caulfield, so I don't know why it can't stop at Caulfield and St. Francis and pick people up. Anyway, the Casa Grande neighborhood, that neighborhood, there's a lot of left-hand turns. If we could make left-hand turns out of those neighborhoods onto Casa Grande safer, as well as pedestrians and bikes, it would be such a great improvement. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilman DeCarly, anything?
Yeah, so, I talk to a lot of people in the community who, they're not thrilled with many of the street improvements that have been made throughout town, whether that be lane reductions, prioritizing bike lanes over vehicles, putting barriers at intersections, moving stop signs into intersections. It just kind of goes on and on. I'm of the philosophy that the more things you put into streets, the greater chance you've made of somebody hitting those or something else, and obstructing vehicles and even bicyclists or pedestrians. So, I feel that one of us has to represent, what I think is a large part of our community here. And while I do like some of the projects on the list, there's some that I don't think a lot of people here want to see. And so I think that they need to be represented.
Thank you. Councilmember Quinn?
Thank you. Mayor, I hope you get your 500 feet, but I hope I get the 101 undercrossing first. I just want to go on the record for saying that. And no, I've had an opportunity. So I've worked with on the Transit Advisory Committee for a couple of years now, and PBAC as well. And so I got to hear these presentations independently from there. And my feedback is that it's my observation that our staff that put this together understand the city's needs really well. Bjorn, and he's been working on, really a deep dive with the active transportation plan for a while now. And so, my faith that he understands really the intricacies of our needs is represented really well. And so I feel really good about the folks who put this list together. And I also know that both of them received lots of input and comment from our community in our Transit Advisory Committee meeting as well as our PBAC meeting. So I'm in full support of it.
Great.
And,
okay.
There you go.
Thanks. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, I'm pretty supportive of just about everything there for priorities. I think I agree with pretty much the councilors here. There's two projects that I would maybe question is it the right timing of doing things? For one of them on the Corona overpass, your picture showed a cantilever with 2 lanes on one side when they're going to do if they're going to do the railings on both sides, which is what I thought was going to happen, then I would think a 4-foot on either side cantilever would be much more cost effective than putting in one that is 10 foot on one side. And then I get concerned about if there's 2 lanes on one side of the overpass, that means in either direction, somebody's got to cross over the street to get to the other side, to get back on track. So where are they going to cross over at a certain point to get back on the right side of the road? Because they're stuck on one side of the road. And the other option, I look at it for $20 million, I would think, okay, we could, if we have a plan for the whole North River area to put trails throughout there, tying in with the outlet mall, that there might be a separate build across. At that point, that would be much cheaper if folks could get in using the trail system there, if we actually had a built-out trail system. So a separate complete crossing there at some point may be much more cost-effective than $20 million to get it, because we already have the bike path crossing at one point. Just if a little further more upriver, either somewhere we could have a crossover in there. And then how do you actually get up and down the Corona where it matches up? So getting a complete picture of that, I have to see that for the entire path from area to area, because what you're showing on the picture there is like going, I'm not so sure if that would work and not worth the money. I'd like to see something else. The other concern is on Washington Street. I'm not sure if we're quite ready to go that far, that fast right now on that system, because I think what the desire was, I heard from the community, was a complete overhaul, especially in the area between downtown and the freeway. So whether with tree plantings, maybe getting it down to one lane, doing roundabouts, doing all these other things as possibilities. So just changing a little bit here and there, if that's a temporary fix, or is this would be the long-term fix you're talking about. I think we're really asking for a better plan for a long-term fix, and see where that goes. Because I'm not sure if we're ready just to do tweaking of it at this point. So I'm not sure if that's ready for funding program right now, compared to maybe doing it later if we need to do priorities. But I think everything else in there is, of course, they're all high priorities. And I do agree with Councilmember DeCarli on the residential paving, that if there was that money available, but that's not quite full community, that's individual streets, and we got to figure out a way to fund those individual residential areas, which are probably going to be in high need. I've seen a couple here and there being patched up, but keeping that rolling, maybe also, but that's not part of this funding project here, which is more community arterial related. So that's just something else to look at. And the other part is on the buses. Electrification is good, but we're also talking about getting some sort of plant over at the Ellis Creek facilities for either for methane production out there, if we do biosolids type stuff, which case, okay, so how can we use the methane coming off that? And it would be buses would be a good proponent for that. So just keeping that in mind. And of course, hydrogen is coming too as a source of use for larger vehicles rather than electrical lithium, which may become limiting down the road here. So those are just ideas for you to think about. But otherwise, I pretty much approve of what everyone else is saying.
All right. Well, that's great. And I know this is an application for funding, so the designs aren't complete, and there'll be lots of moments for input on so many of the projects. You mentioned Washington. That's 2030, 31 in the listing. So, I mean, I think getting it in there for that window, I think we can be able to pull together a good design by 2030. And I would love to see us pave Washington. And then we talk about, earlier we talked about the conservation area of the west, the North River area, west of the freeway, west of the Rainier Underpass, and you can see all the informal trails that are through there now, and people bike all through that area. Private property now. I would love to have that turn into the North River Park, and if it takes most of the traffic off a Corona bike path and puts it in the Rainier Undercrossing grand entrance to the park, that would be super. We still need a north crossing, and I have no problem with Corona being included in there. I did just want to shout out, you mentioned 15-minute headways. I think that's a game changer. I'm so happy that Transit's doing that. That's really a huge thing. And if those are all electric bus routes, that's even double, triple the bonus on that. So thanks on that. My concern is when we take operating budget, it goes away in a couple of years. What do we do? I mean, we're kind of digging budget commitments into things, whereas capital money, you want and build it, but operating, well, we need those things, so that's awesome. I guess my last comment would be sometimes we get grant monies and we're not able to get the projects out. I mean, we have Caulfield money that we got in the last cycle, and you know it's been available to us, but we haven't been able to get the public information campaign rolling. And people, when we do a road diet and when we do 5 to 3 or these other things, we really have to get in front of the PR, and we really have to educate and communicate, and that's a year of schedule there. So, you know, getting a project commitment and getting those early steps done is just huge for me. That's just some feedback. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I think it's also on us to get ahead of that too, and to actually look at the data, because the data is unequivocal that road diets make it safer for motorists, they make it safer for pedestrians, they make it safer for everybody, and we gotta do our homework. I'm drafting an email right now with some great resources. The Iowa Department of Transportation, not exactly a bastion of progressivism, actually has an amazing video that is driven by police officers and firefighters and truck drivers talking about why road diets make a ton of sense. So I would just say that for all of us, it's important for us that when we're talking to members of the community to actually let the data speak and not emotions, because that's what we have to, that's what's going to save lives that's what's going to do things. So,
And I think
thank
also
you.
it's important that when we communicate with the public on one project, Rainier, it's not about that neighborhood. It's about the pattern we see that's going to save lives across town, the safety that's improved across town. So let's not make the Rainier people feel like they're being picked on. It's the next road that we've evaluated. Share that the future is coming in this direction. And to staff Safe Roads efforts, I commend every bit of everything that's going on, and it's getting better every time we try a new thing. And so, with all council comments in, I think are we looking for a motion on this one?
I'd like to move to approve the resolution authorizing staff to submit priority projects to Sonoma County Transportation Climate Authority.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Quint.
I'll second.
And thank you very much, Councilmember Shribs. May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
No.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember DeCarly voting no.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for a great presentation. Good hunting on the funding. And that moves us to item 14, our workshop, a review of the 2025 Petaluma Fair and the 2025 event planning therein. To help us with this tonight, we have Drew Halter, our Director of Parks and Recreation, and Kat Reisinger, Deputy Director of Park and Recreation. Welcome, and you're going to need a minute for setting up a computer. So there's not a recess, but anyone who wants to get a glass of water should do so now. Let us know when you're ready to kick off. Thank you for joining us, Drew. Please take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, community. Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation, and I'm joined here by our Deputy Director, Kat Reisinger. It is our pleasure and honor to talk to you all about the Petaluma Fair, as well as a recap of the Luma Ice event. If you remember, during the May budget workshop, we did present preliminary budgets, costs for these two events. At that point, we committed to coming back to you all with a recap and some lessons learned, and we're prepared to do that tonight. We are also asking for feedback, what went well, what didn't. I think we saw many of you here on the dais at the event and those in the crowd as well. So we're looking for that tonight so that we can integrate any of that feedback into future planning efforts. So to get things going, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the milestones we had when the city took over management of the property. So we'll provide a little bit of context for the first year going into the events so that we can lead into the discussion. So to take you all back, on January of 2024, that's when the city assumed management of the Petaluma Fairgrounds. You know, that first 6 months on the property was heavy in focusing on identifying the needs, which were at that point a lot of facility improvements. There was also that opportunity to start piloting new programming. One of the infrastructure investments in that initial 6 months was the concourse wayfinding, where we made it safer and more accessible for pedestrians and bikes. We also integrated some public art features at that point, and that kind of paved the way into June of 2024, which the 4th District Agricultural Association hosted the annual fair. Coming on the tails of that, we expanded some rental use after some facility improvements. We started heavy into the planning efforts for the inaugural Luma Ice event. And that was again followed by the next 6 months, facility improvements, new piloting use, included some pickleball courts, and then moving into the Petaluma Managed Fair. The 55 acres has an assortment of reoccurring uses. What's really interesting is this snapshot includes 9 licensed tenants that were on the property over the last year. The slide will look a little different as Live Oak now has a new home, which we're excited about, at the Valley Vista campus. But you know, it's interesting to put these all together in context. I don't know if you can get more of kind of an interesting variety of uses, and that's really what the fairgrounds has been. It's this epitome of a village within a city, and you know, where else can you have a Petaluma Speedway next to a preschool and things like that? But we make it all work, and it really is a flavor of the community. So we talked about a little bit of those property investments. We look through the lens of stewarding this property while we prepare to master plan it with the community. That is a guiding principle that we're committed to. So what that means is really essentially making sure that buildings are safe, addressing some known repairs for roofs, for HVACing, some floors to make it accessible. There's also some utilities improvements that were must-haves. Those are sewer lines. There's a lot of water lines that need to be corrected, electrical panels that need to be upgraded. You know, this is all absent of large-term capital project planning. This is really what's needed critically to allow the community to safely enjoy the property, pilot new uses, and host the annual fair. While those facility improvements were critical, they also allowed us to pilot some of these new programs and uses. This is a kind of a snapshot overview of the variety of myriad uses we can use at the fairgrounds. You see these pickleball courts that were implemented here. You've got judo, you've got wrestling programs, the inflatable jumps that will be back, vintage markets, Ballet Folklorico. These are kind of the uses that really accentuated the property in the last year. Not so much of the focus has always been on the big heavy events. It's what do we do with it 365 days a year that really reflects the needs of the community. So that little context kind of brings us up to a recap of the Petaluma Fair. I'm going to exhale at this point. You know, it was less than, I think, 30 days, about 30 days that we were wrapping up the Petaluma Fair. It's been, you know, one of my proudest moments serving you all in Petaluma. This obviously is a presentation with Kat and I up here where Parks and Recreation is front and center, but we could not have done this without the time, the expertise, the professionalism of every city department represented. It was truly extraordinary to watch. What allowed us to plan a Petaluma Fair and host it in 4 months really was a muscle created through us responding to unfortunate disasters. We're comfortable kind of assuming these roles under Emergency Operations Command environment where, you know, we put our day-to-day roles aside. We get organized into subgroups of logistics, of planning, of public information officers, of finances. And those are muscles that we really kind of stretched to host this fair. But the good thing was we got to do it in a way that's a little bit more fun than hosting an evacuation shelter or another emergency. So I wanted to provide that context. You've got many staff here in the audience that represent other teams of staff that were all here, not just the 4 days, but the 4 months prior, really trying to find creative solutions to lean in and to do what we do best, which is to serve the community. So I wanted to make sure that was mentioned here. So the next few slides are really just going to provide some snapshots behind the scenes of some of the core areas and themes that we really tried to lean into for the Petaluma Fair. One thing that we thought was really important and we knew was going to be important was to really embrace what we feel is our strength in Petaluma, which is our community participation, our community partnerships, our nonprofits, our service providers. That really helped us not just put on a fair that we felt was reflective of our community, but it's the expertise and the talent in our community that come out and support this event to put on things like the dunk tanks and the cuddle shuttles and the foraging, the ironworks. So this is a snapshot. Again, I'm not going to go through the list of all those partnerships, but you know, Rebuilding Together in particular, this is a group that through Rebuilding Together and the street teams that works, these were the groups that were behind the scenes helping us with our trash and reuse collections day in and day out throughout the event. The list goes on and on again, but behind the scenes, it was the fabric of Petaluma that made this event very successful, which is our partnerships. We are an age-friendly city designation, so when we approach an event like the fair, we knew it was going to be important to lean into making sure that the activities were accessible for all ages. Now, that include what we have in the age-friendly ethos, which was if it's good for an 8-year-old, it's good for an 80-year-old, right? So that's shade, that's water, that's seating. We know that those three critical elements were parts of the fair that we had to lean into and embrace. But outside of that, it was incorporating Beverly C. Wilson as a respite center, making partnerships with the Inclusion Festival to make sure there's areas for those that needed a break or had sensory kind of overload, had a place to be and feel welcome. So I hope that was apparent throughout the event. It was really important to staff, and I felt like there was a lot of feedback that we received too, that folks noticed that utilized that. I think moving forward, that'd be a critical area for us. The live performances were offered each 4 day of the fair. We also were able to bring a circus tent for programming throughout the days, which proved to be really beneficial to a lot, again, those ones with families or elderly that needed just a place to be, to take a break, but also were entertained. It's a really cool kind of flex space that was new this year. We received a lot of positive feedback. The entertainment, too, was really important that we highlight kind of some local entertainers. It was a variety of different entertainers throughout the 4 days. It was really interesting to see the crowds come in and come out depending on the acts. It was also important for us this year to include the costs of the entertainment, the circus tents, the shows, all into that ticket price, which we'll talk about later. But again, we added value to that ticket price by providing the entertainment. Highlighting the agricultural shows were obviously at the center, at the heart of the fair. That's why we're here. We contracted with the 4th District Agricultural Association to put on the shows. That included, your traditional ag showcases, your still shows, your education. And that's something that's, again, a central tenet to why we do the fair, and one that we are making sure to highlight by contracting with the 4th DAA that has a lot of experience and history in hosting this fair at this site. So let's get into some of the numbers. I want to preface this with the numbers are still coming in. Again, it's going to take us a few more weeks until we can release our actuals, but these are both the expenses and revenues collected to date. This is, I think, one of our best slides, because if you remember, we predicted about a $400,000 expense in year one in hosting the fair. And while, again, I want to preface this, we have not collected all of the expenses. Please give our finance department some grace. We also have a city that we're trying to run too, and at the end of the fiscal year, we definitely put their patience to task. But right now, it looks really positive, as you see, as a net expense under 100,000, which is pretty remarkable. And we can talk about some of the reasons why. But again, it just shows the dedication, and really the community came out to support this event, which we're really proud of. Vendors and concessions and exhibits were a big part of this fair. We put a lot of staff effort and expertise into making sure that vendor experience was a positive one. They did vendor surveys at the end, which really kind of showed that effort paid off. We really tried to highlight and encourage local vendors to come out and be involved in this event. And those that did really provided us a lot of positive feedback that was a good experience, and really of the staff that were learning alongside the vendors, many of who have participated in fairs for several decades, could see that staff were really attentive, trying to find creative solutions to make sure that their experiences were positive ones. And we've got a lot of testimonials. We included a couple on this slide, but very proud of kind of how the vendor management shook out, and looking for more feedback as we move on. Overall, we also had participant surveys. We highlighted a few of them here, but one of the big telltale signs is folks left feeling like they'd recommend this fair again. Overall, people were pretty pumped, satisfied, and we got a lot of testimonials and very individualized comments, which were always great to see. I know many of you were volunteering up there near the front gates. Those were good places to get some on-the-cuff, candid comments. But we were collecting them all week, and then we're still hearing from people that had an experience there that wanted to tell us how it was. So again, overall, we had a really positive showing of the community who came out and supported, and felt that this fair was unique to Petaluma, and felt that way. There, by no means are these bullets intended to kind of capture the theme of the fair, but ones that stuck out to us. While there can always be lessons learned, there will be lessons learned in an inaugural event. We really felt that we collected some really good feedback in these areas. Again, water, shade, and seating, that investment really paid off. People noticed it. People stayed longer. People felt more comfortable being there. That's one thing that I think we can underline. Also, just opportunities too to integrate the agricultural events more in with the activity, and vice versa, making sure that event really feels cohesive. We've been talking about this through our debriefs, and we look forward to looking into making sure that really is an exclamation point, making it feel like one event. Streamlining ticketing, because of the nature of having different agricultural shows and tickets, we had wristbands each day, but there were many different wristbands or tickets. Just streamlining that a little bit, making it more simplified. We really felt the ticketing system itself worked really well under stress, but we know there's some improvements to do that in that area for year two. Featuring local talents and tastes, we feel really paid off, but again, this is a first year, so a lot of businesses kind of took a chance on us, and with some proof of concept, we feel like this is something that we would encourage us to kind of lean into even more. And the community partnerships showed up in year one. We could not have done this again without the staff that leaned in completely, but also the community partnerships that kind of willed it into being success. So big thanks to those that aren't in the chambers, who were there giving their time, and it was a really, really special event to be a part of. So at this point, we get to switch gears and do a recap of Luma Ice, and then we'll take questions in the end.
Good evening, council members. Kat Rice here, Deputy Director. Thank you again for having me here this evening. And about 2 or 3 months ago, I had the pleasure of presenting at our budget workshop about Luma Ice. So I'm going to do a pretty quick recap here. But as the Luma Ice is essentially the City of Petaluma's winter community event compared to the summer Petaluma Fair community event, we felt it was significant to present alongside the Petaluma Fair numbers. Real quick recap by Luma Ice by the numbers. It was phenomenal. It was a 26-day event experience, which was so funny because the Petaluma Fair was only 4 days, but boy, were they a different 4 days. And thank you to all of you who volunteered and supported both events. We had 11,000 plus drop-in tickets, 66 of which were Petaluma residents. A significant part of the Luma Ice event was that we had the nonprofit fundraising night, Your Glide and Gives. A lot of feedback that we had from Petaluma participants and some of our vendors for the fair were that they were really pleased with the Dunk for a Cause event, the Splash for a Cause. Saw many of you inside the dunk tank as well. Very exciting. And that was great feedback that we had from our community, that with these events, there were opportunities and ways for the community to get involved that also benefits them in their mission, vision, and values as well. We had 11 school field trips, which was 630 Petaluma kiddos got to come for a school field trip extravaganza. We had a little over 500 discounted tickets to the In Need community members. 45 winter birthday party reservations, and if anyone has a winter birthday, you know how difficult it is to try and find something fun to do that you can count on not being rained out. And one of my favorite data points is that we were able to offer approximately 60 plus individuals a job opportunity during the holiday to put a little extra cash in their pocket. We had everyone from some older high school, college students into individuals who are retired coming back out into the community to participate in the holiday event. This was a chart I showed before. I am highlighting it again here to show the Luma Ice community lens. It's data points that we specifically went into both Luma Ice and the Petaluma Fair with a very intentional point of trying to make sure we're tracking data, analyzing the trends, getting as much information from the participants, the vendors, the community, people walking by the sidewalk as much as we can so that we can receive feedback and improve when possible. Also outlined here are 2 testimonials that I thought were key to the event. As Drew mentioned, the Petaluma Fair was an age-friendly event, so was Luma Ice. You were able to participate no matter what your ability, age, or demographic. This was the actual budget from 2024. We did intentionally go into the event knowing that we were most likely not going to break even and probably wouldn't come out net positive. So we were at a net expense of over $300,000. Dun, dun, dun. The idea this year is we're going to try and we're going to pilot the indoor ice rink in 2025. On the right side of your screen, you can see the blue star that highlights the outdoor ice rink option that we had last year. Actually, you can see the little footprint of Luma Ice. If you go down the Fairgrounds Drive through Main Gate all the way down to the Expo Hall, you'll see the purple star, and that is where we are proposing to pilot a long-term meaning 26 days event, special event experience in the Expo Hall. On the left side of your screen, we have placed a CAD rendering of the rink size. That is the rink size that we had built last year, placed into the Expo Hall. We will have enough safety space, ability for seating, birthday party tents, concessions, the whole experience within the indoor expo hall. And then off of that, this is our proposed estimated, again with all the asterisks under estimated, what we believe would be our estimated net expense if we were to move the Luma Ice experience from an outdoor event into the Expo Hall. So it's a net expense of a little over $60,000. There are many savings that we anticipate, mainly centered around not needing to supply all of the infrastructure needs, such as the tent, the stage, fencing, porta potties, security personnel. We'd also be able to save a lot on staffing, not to mention just many other smaller tweaks as we've been building our muscles on how best to staff long-term events, how best to pre-plan, set up, prepare, market, community outreach, utilize our volunteers, utilize our community groups such as Rebuilding Together Petaluma. And then moving on, here we are. Drew?
Thank you, Kat. Back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's a great presentation, and I'm so excited that the Fairgrounds is getting its share of use. Do we want to hear from the public before we get into council? That'll help get the flow going here. So I'd like to ask the clerk if we've heard anything, or if we just set up our messaging here.
We did receive one comment ahead of time, which is posted to the agenda packet. And members of the public should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they would like to make a comment this evening. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Okay, and not seeing anyone rushing to the counter, I'm going to close public comment for the evening. And I just want to say, every time you do the thing the first time, it becomes really special. I mean, if you've ever been to that first year of that festival, I did Gran Fondo the first year of it. It was nuts. It was the thing that lives in legend. People tell stories. I think about this with Luma Ice. You're changing it so much. The first year, people who went that first year and saw that first year thing, they'll tell stories, forever on that. But I think this is an earnest conversation about the future and how we did with this. Does anybody want to weigh in an earnest fashion before I get excited again? Oh, come on. Don't be bashful. Councilmember Shrives.
Yeah, as I've said before, it was phenomenal. And one of the hugest savings, of course, was labor, with the amount of volunteerism that happened both from, I think we had council members, we had staff, we had folks that showed up just from the various communities that came in, so making it a real local. So I always want to be real proud that we did that. Very reasonable cost for putting on such a huge event, which is that we were able to do that big. And I was there twice and watched the folks coming in and the amount of tickets, running out of tickets on Sunday afternoon when I'm there, and we're actually almost just about running out of wristbands. So extremely well attended, and I saw a lot of people smiling on that part. Same thing with the Luma Ice. It'd be nice if we could actually showcase in the front where everybody's driving by and sees it versus holdups. That's going to be a major shift in just marketing, because marketing visually on the street, that's right there. But now that it's known, we might be okay on that, putting it in the back area there. But may have to have something out front to kind of demonstrate that it's happening back there. So people see maybe some folks running around in roller skates or something in the front there. But great job, and that we were able to pull this off so quickly. Both events, all new, so just absolutely fantastic. It just shows you what Petaluma is really about. So I just really appreciate that much work. It's well worth the money.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. First, I want to say congratulations on the bottom line, particularly for the fair. That's amazing that we were able to close the gap as much as you did. I want to say the security was amazing. I had folks come up and tell me that they felt really safe. So that was a great part. One of the highlights for me was the music, and it was particularly special when the music was making its way through the arcade area and kind of came out and was those bands were great. I felt the music got a little lost when it was back on the main stage. And so I'd encourage us to sort of rethink that. Like maybe use Rivertown Revival as a sort of a model where, you can sort of meander the grounds and you have different stages in different areas. And so I think the music can be can be used to expand it even greater. And then again, just a real small detail, and I'm only bringing it up because I don't know if I'll have a chance before we start planning, but the water refill stations I think were great. It was a huge, I thought it was a great idea. Next year I'd love to see those kind of leveled up a little bit. How can we make that chilled water? Because it just the warm tap water left a little to be desired. But overall, great job, and I look forward to it being even better this coming year.
Wonderful, thanks. Councilmember DeCarli?
I'd just like to say I appreciate the effort the staff made for the community. I know there's a lot of hard work. I have some questions about, a few different things. So has the city had any discussions now that the fair's over about partnering with the 4th DAA again as the ag exhibitor in the future?
We haven't had any discussions as of yet, but we plan to debrief with them. They've been busy moving, as you know, they've been busy moving off the property, but we will be talking to them about what worked and what didn't.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then, one of my comments that I had heard about the vendors, the out-of-town ones, was they weren't allowed to camp on site. I was curious why that was, because I think in the past, and I think it's maybe fairly common in other fairs or things that they do, because I think for a lot of those vendors, it's a lifestyle for them. They travel from place to place, and as a business, it makes it easier for them.
Thank you for the question. That was a challenge this year. We did have multiple vendors who were able to camp in the area behind Live Oak. But at this last year, the 4th DAA did hold all of the camping spaces behind the livestock and agricultural area, which was reserved for the agricultural camping. So we were unable to kind of move into that space and share some of the camping spaces. We are exploring some additional options to see what type of dry camping can be available in some of the back unused kind of fence space area near the Speedway for next year. But that is something that we heard similar feedback and tried our best to pivot last minute, and we were successful with a couple of vendors who the 4th DAA were able to make accommodations for in their space last minute, which we are very appreciative of.
And I would just add that similar to what the Marin Fair does for ag is looking at species by day, so we don't have to utilize as much of the camping in the ag area. And so we may have some more space there for vendors next year.
And then I had a lot of people asking me about this, but what happened with the animal show ring that was demoed right before fair?
The sheep and swine barn, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that was the show ring that was demolished.
Yeah, so if you remember, we had kind of some high winds in late April, I believe it was. We had a failure of a large roof section at that structure. So when we had it evaluated, it was deemed unsafe to stay. So we had some choices to make. That was it's a large structure, and we did the best we could to expedite its removal. But that involves permitting, and it involves hazardous waste removal, contractors that need to be aligned up. So we were scrambling to make sure that we could help get that building down and safe, to create a larger perimeter for pedestrians to be able to access a larger portion of the property. And we're able to kind of just get that done. I know it wasn't ideal. You're not wanting to demo any parts of any structure while you're getting ready to set up an event like this. but we did what we thought was in the best interests for the safety of patrons that are going to be moving into that property. And
yeah, I mean, it didn't send the warmest of messages to, you know, the families and children that were showing up to celebrate agriculture and show their animals, to, you know, watch as they're literally arriving at their show ring being torn down. I think the timing of that was not very good. And I know the roof there was failing. I don't know why the entire structure had to be torn down. You know, I've looked at them, and you know, I think that while they certainly don't look good, I mean, I think they're all candidates for restoration, and especially given the heritage and the history of them. I just didn't think that was a very good look to be doing it as those families and children are arriving.
Actually, I'm wondering, Gina, I know you're on vacation, but you're on Zoom, and maybe you can weigh in, because I know you helped project manage that. And I just want to let everybody know that both of those buildings, both the sheep and swine barns, were red tagged by the state under the DA management. So those buildings we knew were going to be a challenge. So that's just.
Are the sheep and swine barns, is the city seeking demo permits for those?
Well, that was one of them.
No, that was the show ring.
No, it was the sheep. It was the sheep or the swine barn. The sign still exists. Yeah, it was. Well, actually, why don't we have Gina?
Yeah, are you inviting Gina in right now?
Yep.
Okay, let's hear from.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm remote and limited bandwidth, so I'm off camera, but happy to comment on concerns about the demo of a sheep and swine barn. That is indeed what we demoed. And it was indeed unfortunate timing, but in the interest, as Drew mentioned, of safety of all fair, we deemed it the responsible thing to do to bring that into it. People could ultimately walk by and utilize the space. And it wasn't that the roof was partially damaged. In fact, the roof collapsed. And upon structural inspection, we realized very quickly that the rest of the roof was soon to follow. And it was with that realization just a few weeks before the fair that we deemed it was the only responsible thing we could do in the interest of safety to take the building down. In terms of, questioning whether it could have been rehabilitated or partially preserved, the only thing that would have been left that was safe was perhaps some freestanding columns supporting nothing, because the roof was that far gone. And the delays that we had hoped to have it done, and our plan was to have it completed the week before the fair started. And unfortunately, we discovered in our due diligence to make sure that we were being good environmental stewards and following state law and all of our building codes, we found that we had some substantial environmental issues with.
I think we may have lost
permits,
but I think we've got the gist. Gina, you're coming in and out a little bit, so I think we've got the ideas. I think if I could recap, we wish the roof didn't collapse. We wished it had been gone sooner, but in the interest of safety, it was done as quickly as possible, and unfortunately, while people were watching and perhaps influencing their fare. But I appreciate that safety is our top concern, and that staff went out and got it done. So were there other questions you wanted to?
I had a couple more.
Okay.
And I did want to re-ask my question about both the sheep and swine barn. Those are the two long barns that are kind of the gateway to that back area. Are there demo permits for those being sought out? No?
No.
Okay. Then, this is not particular to the fair itself, but this is, I think it's pertinent to the discussion, and with fire season upon us, and the 4th EA having just moved out, what is the city planning to do if there is a fire, and how to handle, different animal and livestock evacuations? There was a nonprofit in the past that worked with the 4th EA and was very successful in saving animals from, burning up, and it was a great location, because of where, unfortunately, many of the fires happened, being able to get to the Petaluma Fairgrounds versus going elsewhere. So what sort of plan does the city have for this fire season?
Drew, do you want to take that, and then I'll finish up? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. The plan would again be there to serve first and foremost as a care and sheltering for livestock, for community, for our regional partners. We've done that successfully over 5 events. We were there running this with the 4th DA, without the 4th DA, at the fairgrounds during several of them. So it's, again, something that we feel comfortable doing. Our community, again, steps up during the times of disasters and emergencies, and we would continue to work with local, regional partners to make sure that we were there in the event of an emergency.
But the city was primarily working with, people displaced during different events, not back in the agriculture area with the animals.
Actually,
And
we were. I was, because I put up pens, and I actually got a lot of pens out there. So I think Project Halter, we've worked with a lot of local groups, and we've also been in contact with other fairs to talk about renting pens. So I think we're good, but we're going to do an assessment after the DA is totally off the property to see what's left, and we'll be prepared.
So who do we have partnered with the city to come in and handle that stuff, and what will be done about the infrastructure as far as, some of the barns don't have pens in them anymore. Having the pens, having feeders, having water.
We will do an assessment, and we will come up with a recommendation, and we've already been reaching out to folks. So I think we got a plan.
All right. Thanks. That's all my questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I wish this wasn't 10:45 at night having this workshop, and I wish that the community was here. I wish it was in the afternoon, and some of the community could come and do public comment and tell their wonderful versions of what they saw, because from each one of my grandchildren, they all had a different favorite. My one grandson, of course, the dunk tank was his favorite, but I want that feedback from the community. I'm glad that this survey has a lot. I never even saw the survey, so I'm not even sure what platform the survey for the fair came out on. I never even saw it, and I usually see everything. So anyway, kudos to the staff for doing it. I made a note. How many law degrees does it take to open a ticket window or lock a gate? Because I saw, it was like the biggest staff retreat. I mean, they were like working together to open the ticket window to let the first people come in on that opening day. And it was so wonderful to get to talk to the economic development director for, an hour with the public and just laugh and have fun and greet people. That was our job for 6-hour shifts. And my big thank you to Rebuilding Together for all their work getting the volunteers, because our community is very passionate about their fair, and they've been doing it for years, and they didn't want to be trained, and they wanted to do it the old-fashioned way, but it was wonderful. I would like to see a little bit more pairing with, if we have another VIP party, that we don't have a live loud band playing at the same time, and the same time as maybe the sheep or whatever was being shown in the show rings at the same time as the loud bands. And some of those participants wanted to be at the band concert. So maybe working out those details. I don't know how you do that. But I'd also like to see the wine garden come back with more garden exhibits and open it up to the community. We have some fabulous home gardeners, and maybe a pollinator garden in the neighborhood that's doing the Monarch. Talk about what, they just bring it in for that week. I've done many of them over the time to advertise our farm, but you just bring them in, sort of like what they do at the Santa Rosa Fair, as a garden exhibit. And it just highlights what we're doing in the community in the long line of gardening and substantial entertainment. And also, I would like to see something that I will see at the Apple Fair, and that's like the antique engines. I'd love to see those. The guys love to come out with their antique engines and show them off. And it was great having the blacksmith there, and people I know from the Parks and Recs Committee were doing the blacksmithing. And I was just at Farm Fest on Sunday and taking notes of what I saw there. And they had a guy that was just lassoing, and he was teaching everybody how to lasso. I thought, what a great idea to have this guy come in, and he was just a good old guy. His belt buckle was about this big, and he had great stories. He was just an old cowboy teaching lassoing. I thought, how simple. Also, as Councilmember DeCarly said, it's not a good idea to remove buildings the week the fair begins, because the fair begins, it opens to the public on Thursday, but Monday is when the exhibitors start coming in, and they are new to this. They're new 4-Hers or new FFA, and there's a lot of high emotions, and their families are just getting used to the new procedure. I saw that our staff was also looking at the Marin County Fair, because they have a lot of wonderful things too, a lot of public art. Thank you to our public arts. I got an idea to present to our leadership group, and we're going to do that same public art with that same artist in Lucchese Park at the Miracle. So it's a learning experience when you go to the fair. I'd like to see maybe some of the old things come back. We used to have a diaper derby. We used to have fun little parades. We used to have a breakfast that kicked off the fair with the community, and that was fun. I think we did it in the park, not inside the fairgrounds. I think we did it outside the park. But there's a lot of things. Whoever did the community where the quilts are, I don't know if the 4th DAA did that.
The DAA did the
They
still
did
exhibits.
such a great job. I took a lot of pictures, but just the way they display the quilts and display everything. And the mayor's wife had a beautiful quilt there, and it just was so warm. But a lot of the volunteers are seniors, and they needed help getting from the front gate to Herzog Hall. And I was lucky to be able to call someone on a walkie-talkie, or I would ask for the person to call on a walkie-talkie. I didn't have one. Anyway, they brought a golf cart to help those seniors. So I'd like to see more, like even a senior day or more things for seniors. And there was also a whole group of handicapped people that I helped carry their food to their tables from the vendor, because they were special need adults, and they had come as a group, and they just couldn't handle carrying on. And I said, I'll help, no problem. I was just wandering around, and I asked them a lot of questions, and it was like a field trip for them, and they were so excited. They were so excited to be there without, like a lot of supervision, and these are adults. So we want to think about children, seniors, maybe a senior day, more children's activities. I mean, I'd love to see a bubblegum blowing contest or something. I don't know. Anyway, I know what they do at that at other fairs, but thank you so much. And I could talk for another 10 minutes, but I'm going to let other people have an opportunity to. Thank you.
I think the wish list and enthusiasm is unlimited. And so I think we're just touching on some of the fun stuff. But I did want to say before we pass to the next council member, your role as greeter is no one parallels your efforts as greeter. So thank you so much. And you brought friends to help the greeting effort, and that was really well received. Councilmember Barnacle.
That's a hard act to follow. Small nit, on the slides that you shared, you had the Speedway BMX logo instead of the Petaluma Speedway logo. They look alike by design, but just make sure you get that updated as you keep moving. So I just loved all of the local stuff. It was awesome. No, it was everything was great. I mean, the worst part was demoing a building the day before the fair opened to the public, and that's unfortunate. But it's if that's the worst thing that happens, it's your first fair. Good job. I think, I'm not going to go on as long as council member now, but I think what I took from that is that I could, and like both of us could probably go on for 30 minutes. And what that's telling me is like town halls, like at Herzog Hall, of like, okay, let's talk about what types of programs we can do in the fall and in the winter here to get more people on the fair. Like, the community has a ton of good ideas. Like, there's a ton of good ideas that are up here, and there's a lot of bad ones too, right? But like let the people be heard, I think, is what I would say, because like there's so many good ideas out there. And when we think about like sort of that, like, as that dead zone between where the carnival kind of stops and then you get toward the ag area, especially when you don't have the milking barn open, and like people can be like, oh, let's go see what the heck that is, right? Like, you don't have that, like, that pull, and there's this big open space. Like, if you have like a charrette or something with the community in the January timeframe to like say, what else can we do? Like, I love the idea of having the butterfly garden and the beekeeping and the, or all of our nonprofits have an exhibit board or something. It's like, this is what we do. Here's how you can get involved. I don't know. But like, I just feel like the more that we can get the community like into a room to like, really kind of kick off the good and the bad ideas, and then we can sift through them, like, it's going to, it'll take it to another level. It really will. So, I mean, and the other piece of this is like, it shouldn't be a Brown Act meeting, and council members should be allowed to participate, because otherwise we find it like we just have to like somehow like circumvent the process to like funnel our ideas through people, and then like double down on them, and then write an op-ed about them and do things like that. And like, we should just be able to participate as community members, because like truly we're excited as hell to have this space, to be using it. I will write out my stuff. I would say, I'm sure you're documenting all this stuff. This is like, for me, like with all the documents that you have and all the like the stuff that went down and all the emails that went through, like, this is like the perfect AI use case of like, just feed all of that crap into a project, and then start talking about it and training it, and it will like start giving you standard operating procedures, and it will give you the do's and the don'ts for the future and things like that. And this is like, seriously, this is a perfect AI use case if you're not thinking about it. And then I really like, fan of Luma Ice, fan of the fair. I would love to see the BMX track get permitted so that like they can do some fundraising and actually get it built in earnest, and we can see year-round youth activities that all ages for the families and things like that. Excited to see the pickleball there. I just think the more that we can get stuff done and like get out of the way and let members of the community be entrepreneurial and kick the tires on things, it's really it's awesome. There was, like, we had like 12 professional BMX riders there for what was like a 50-yard track. Like, if we had like a real track there, we could have thousands of people here for a weekend and putting heads in beds. And again, just continuing to put Petaluma on the map for different things that are uniquely Petaluma. And that's what I love about the fairgrounds, is that it's truly uniquely Petaluma. I'll say, like, I understand the Marin County ag part of it, of like 1 day per thing. As an exhibitor who went to the Petaluma Fair and the Santa Rosa Fair, I kind of like the multi-day for youth ag. There's a lot of like friendships and relationships that happen because, like, you know, I show cows and you show sheep, and if we're not there on the same day, like, you know, you're exhausted when you get done exhibiting your animals. And you probably don't go back to the fair to like see the cow show because your friends are there. You're just like freaking exhausted. And, you know, because there's a lot of work that goes into getting them ready for the fair and stuff. So think twice about making it a 1 day thing. There's a lot of really strong relationships that are built there and great memories that are built because of having the beef and the dairy and the sheep and the swine and all of that there. And you wind up seeing different things and learning different things about different animals that you don't have and stuff like that because of that. Like I said, I could go on forever. I'm really happy with how it went. The numbers on the fair in particular were really impressive, and that just shows how much bootstrapping went into it and how much really, like, a lot of energy. So thank you.
Thank you. I too wanted to chip in a few fun things. At Luma, I loved having the Serpent Naga on the lawn and the train that went by lit at night. The kids loved that. And an awful lot of the conversation for me is about our youth in this town. You know, there's a preteen teen thing. There's no fun for me in this town. And hey, that's not true. Stuff that the city's doing and stuff that you can do on your own, there's a lot to do. And you know, as a parent of 4, I fought that battle 4 times, and I love that I have allies putting more things out there for our preteen group. I did get feedback from the VIP garden. The vice mayor and I attended a VIP event, and it is kind of threadbare, the garden area. So, and that reflected on this, it was perceived as a reflection on the city. So as we take it over more and more, it'll be more robust, and that will be even better. And I do want to shout out the importance of having ag as a key partner and key component of the fair. That's why we have the fair, and so I don't want to lose focus on all the other fun we're having, that ag's a key partner in the fair. So with that, I think we've all had a chance to provide input that the workshop is intended for. And I think, as speak for the council, we really appreciate the work the staff put in to put on a fair this year, and all the parts and all the staff that did it. So thank you very much for your presentation tonight. And are we gonna? Yeah, there's a lot of happy face. So before I close adjourn for the meeting for the evening, I just wanted to note that. At the beginning of the meeting, I did note that we had a member of our community struck and killed by a car downtown, and we just can't have that. The city constantly strives to make our streets safer, and when I drive, you drive, you take a responsibility for lives of others in your hands, and none of us want to see tragedies like this happen again. And please remember this individual and their family in your thoughts tonight. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.